Hello, anyone in here think they are standing on a spinning ball at the moment? Go ahead. So, assuming my mic is working at the moment, that would be zero fellow human beings in this voice call that think they live on a spinning ball. None of you accept the globe model of our cosmology, correct? But it's got stuff like gravity and curvy water and stuff. It's all cool. It's a cool story, bro. Anyway, this has been Dead Air Day.
everybody. Well, hello, everyone. Are there still flat earthers in the world? What's going on? I guess everybody is asleep here. But yeah, I mean, I would like to see a photograph of the flat Earth, a photograph of the dome that you guys claim. I want all those things. We're still waiting. Yeah, FE Atlas, what's up, man?
Yo, what's happening? Long time. Where you been?
I've been blocked and chewed and knocked out of the conversation because I am the most feared person to argue against flat earthers. Flat earthers fear me deeply, brother.
No, there's no fear because there's no measurable curvature. So that's the one biggest deal in it to justify the globe.
No,
It's the
that's not
curvature.
true. Yeah, that's not true because
If you have
because
curvature
hold on.
measurements, please
But
present it in the side chat.
yeah, we have the ISS going around the globe. We have GPS satellites in orbit. We have GOES satellites going around polar orbit. We had the Artemis 2 program that was just launched. We have photographs of the globe. It is measurable. It is observed. It's empirical. What are you talking about? It's empirical. We have data after data. We have evidence after evidence. We have nothing for flat earthers from flat earthers. We have no.
Hey, just post curvature measurements in the side chat, and we'll go over it.
Malamute, this is Robert. Did you know?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Everybody recognizes
All right,
his voice.
cool. He's been permabanned multiple times, but I'll unmute him if you want to talk to him.
No, I don't want to. No. Robert's gonna be the same. You can talk to
Okay.
him if you want.
Oh, I don't want to talk to him, but you're welcome to if you want to.
I posted in the side chat it's an official declassified document from the military in World War II that they used the curvature of the Earth vis-a-vis the radius value of the Earth to fire long distance artillery to hit their targets at long distance. That is and they were more successful. If you remember, we won that war, right? So in the side chat is the curvature measurement, the radius value of the Earth that helped the military win that war. So cut the crap, brother. Flat Earth doesn't have a photo. It doesn't have a model.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just can't listen to that. So
It's the first time I've seen what they posted. I was curious in hearing what they had to share about it.
Hello?
What's up?
What are you guys up to?
Not much, man. It's pretty quiet in here at the moment. I just got here myself.
Mm.
What are you up to?
I was just coming to see if anything interesting was happening. I come in here from time to time.
All right. Well, nothing interesting's happening at the moment, but at any moment, something interesting could happen.
I just want to say I don't know if that person was banned, but I've never seen that document and article that that person posted. I thought that was. I'm looking through it a little bit now, but it's a shame that we couldn't hear from them if they left or got kicked.
Yeah, Robert Utah, he's like a crazy troll. He's
Regardless
been
of yeah, I just what
stalking
they
all
posted
our
is interesting though. The gun range tables.
Yeah, they're using a spherical coordinate system, which is based off the celestial sphere. It's useful. It's a useful coordinate system.
Oh, you've seen this before? You've gone through this paper?
What's
Please
that?
feel little.
You've gone through the paper they posted?
I haven't seen that paper. No, not that I'm aware of.
Posted 10:16, at least Eastern time. Globe and Space Fact.
Right. But if we're talking about spherical coordinates, I'm guessing that that's what they're using in the paper, right? Because it's generally what gets used, the spherical coordinate system. But I will check it out. But I'm in the kitchen cooking at the moment, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking through it and I don't see any accounting for Earth curvature in it anywhere, but I'm not done with it yet.
What's that, Kathos? It sounds like the wrong mic is picking up. What do you mean? I don't usually talk on my phone, so is it working properly? Ah, okay. Yeah.
Did anyone show any signs of curvature? Any proof of curvature?
Not today.
No one?
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
Maybe later today, or maybe tomorrow, or maybe the next day. We're hopeful.
Yeah, I guess it's good to be hopeful. I guess so. So how did you find out that the Earth was flat? Like when did your eyes open?
For me, my eyes. Well, first, I mean, I heard about it and thought it was stupid back in 2017,
Mm.
and then because the person that recommended it was a very smart person that I respected a lot, I decided to have a look at the videos that they were sharing. And in the videos, I saw some good points being made that I had not thought about.
Yeah.
So then I started researching into it further. And, I also realized how little I knew about the globe model. So I
Yeah.
did quite a bit of research into the globe and learning about, all of the basics of the globe model. And over a long period of time, after doing a lot of research, I started seeing a lot of the long distance observations being done and seeing things that were far, far beyond where you should be able to see them, that should have been blocked by the curvature of the Earth. So I found these compelling. So eventually I bought myself some equipment, and I lived on a giant lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie. And I went out and did a whole series of tests at the lake that I live next to, trying to find the curvature of the Earth myself. And I wasn't able to find the curvature, which should have been there because it's a giant lake, over 15 kilometers across the lake. So I did about 20 different tests approximately on different days. And I couldn't find the curvature. And then after years of researching it, the more I look into it, the more sense it makes, and the less sense the globe makes.
Yeah, and this must be like a huge psyop that NASA is doing in the world, right? To
Well, no,
like,
I don't think it's a psyop. I think that NASA is lying about going to space. That's what I think. I think they're lying about going to space since the 60s, right? Since they
yeah, I mean
faked the
that,
moon
I
mission.
don't. Yeah, the moon landing didn't happen. That's for a fact. In '69, I don't think it happened at all.
Right, me neither. So I think that they're lying about that. I don't think that they're lying about the Earth, right? Like, I don't think that the people that work at NASA generally know that the Earth is flat, and they're pretending that it's a globe and telling people it's a globe, but really they know it's flat. I think that most people that work for NASA generally believe that the Earth is flat and probably don't even know that NASA is lying about space travel. It wouldn't have to be a huge amount of people, right, that are lying about the space travel. But lying about space travel is not lying about flat Earth, right? That's not like a deception, a conspiracy about flat Earth. That's just lying about going to space. So I
Yeah.
don't think that there's a big grand conspiracy trying to hide flat Earth personally, although there might be a bunch of people that are doing that. I wouldn't be able to give you a list of names.
Yeah.
So I think that this is a coordinate system, right, that was eventually mistaken for reality, which originated from people like Pythagoras, Aristotle, Plato,
So what
these
about
types of people.
the firmament?
What about the what? Sorry?
The firmament, I think it's called.
Firmament. Yeah, see, I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know. Firmament's something that's mentioned in biblical texts, and I don't base my evidence off of biblical texts.
Yeah, but the
I
guy,
don't.
that Ross Grant, or what his name was, the guy
Oh,
that was
but
head of
yeah, yeah,
NASA. He has that on his gravestone.
yeah. That's
The
interesting, isn't
biblical
it?
verse. Yeah, the biblical verse of the firmament. That's
Yeah,
kind of interesting.
very strange thing to leave on your gravestone, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that there's not a firmament. I'm just saying that I don't usually make specific claims about it because I can't go up there and check. So I just I just
Yeah,
stick with the
but
things that I can
if
validate.
there is some form of dome or whatever you want to call it, then everything that's sent is all fake.
Yeah. Maybe there is. Maybe it's something more than we can comprehend. Maybe it's something beyond our current knowledge or comprehension. But maybe there's some kind of firmament. It's there's all of the ancient cultures believed in a firmament. It's in the ancient religious texts, and you know, and we have an ecosystem here on the Earth, and it's not unreasonable to think that it would be in some type of contained system of some type, as
Mm,
that's what you would need that to have an ecosystem like
yeah.
this. If you wanted to make it on a smaller scale, it would have to be in some type of container, like a terrarium or a vivarium, for example. You can't put one of those in a vacuum. Everything would die. So yeah, I would say that there's some type of containment, although I don't know exactly how it works.
Yeah, some do say some type of fluid or water or some stuff like that, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, could be some type of something like that. I'm not sure. It's fun to speculate about it, but I don't know for certain.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. We believe that if you look historically, there's been so many historical things that's been accurate from these civilizations, but we don't believe in stuff like this, which is weird, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They have been accurate about so many things with their
Yeah,
knowledge, limited knowledge, I guess.
yeah. I think there's a lot of fakery when it comes to the mainstream history that we get taught. A lot of deception,
Mm,
and I think the megalithic cultures that built the pyramids, that built all of these amazing structures over the earth, these were all flat earth cultures, and
mm,
they built all of these structures in perfect alignment with the celestial bodies in the sky. And yeah, I think a lot of what we get told about history is incorrect or fabricated.
yeah, sadly.
I want to say page 48 looks pretty interesting in that paper because it talks about how they the effects in actual yards due to Earth's rotation, how it changes, and it gives yards. It gives an actual number for what they have to account for.
No, it doesn't give an account.
Page 40.
It just gives it just
48.
gives curvature tables. That's not a measurement.
It's telling the
He
people
claimed
to
that this was a
account for the
measurement.
rotation.
Just putting the Earth curvature calculator is not a measurement. And you'll also take a note of what I posted from the document.
Yeah, that's
Which,
saying if you can see the target, you aim directly at it.
right. So and that
That
says if you need to account for that, here's the Earth curve calculator.
that
That's not
doesn't.
a measurement. Do you understand the difference? I'm going to
Well,
read directly from the document since you're somewhat misrepresenting this. Curvature of the Earth. U.S. Navy range tables are based on the assumption that the gun trunnions and target are in the horizontal plane, tangent to the Earth's surface at the gun. Thus, when using pointer fire or direct fire in elevation, the range table range should be used without any correction for curvature of the Earth. And then they claim that if you're going to have indirect fire, so beyond the line of sight, that you can then apply a curvature calculator. But there's no measurement here whatsoever.
yep.
And applying something ad hoc is not the same as measuring, nor do you know that anyone's actually using this. And of course, as you shoot further away, you're going to have to increase the angle that you're shooting at because to account for drop of the projectile. So it is not at all what he claimed, and I just want to leave it at that.
To be clear, you took one snippet from the entire paper and said because they're not accounting for curvature in this one snippet, it just shows this entire
No, I
paper.
read the whole thing,
That's
J-Dog. So
ridiculous.
don't
I'm
lie
just
about me. Don't lie.
no,
I,
but
I
I'm
took one
saying
snippet to elevate to illustrate that they're not accounting for curvature in line of sight
yeah,
shots.
in that one
I didn't take
instance
that out of
because they're pointing that
context.
out.
I didn't
Yes,
take that
but
out
you're
of
saying
context. No, J-Dog, you're
it's
not going to
important.
lie in here. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't take anything out of context. I read the paper. So, yeah, that's exactly what it said. I'm not misrepresenting it whatsoever. Yeah, and I encourage everyone else to take a look at it and make their own decisions because I'm not going to be accused of lying in here. Hey, Dylan,
Hi.
your mic's lighting up.
My bad.
Oh
I'll
no,
mute myself.
it's no problem. It's no problem. I just wanted to let you
I'm
know in case
watching
you didn't.
either. Yeah, I know where.
Okay, all right. Yeah, if we have anyone new in the room that wants to talk or ask a question, that would be great.
Could you tell your story of how you became a flat earther? Like, when did your eyes open?
Wh- Um, are you a flat earther or are you a globe earther?
I'm something in between.
Okay, I've told my story many times. That's why I'm asking. So why are you interested in our stories?
Because it's always interesting to see how people like become critical and start seeing the patterns
Ah, well,
and being critical.
I think a lot of us realized that the Apollo moon missions were faked.
Yeah.
When we were still globers. I don't know. I think I just realized I had been wrong about so many things in my life that I owed it to myself to look critically at more things that I had
Mm.
assumed were true. And so this is one of those topics.
Yeah.
And so I went to look for evidence that the stories I'd been told were true, and I did not find any.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm here. Yeah. It's been
Yeah. It's
like 7 years almost. Six and a half, 7 years. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of people don't just believe the narrative. Like when you look back at the Apollo mission, for example, there's no way they landed on the moon
Yeah.
in
Yeah. That's
1969.
just,
It's just out of the question. It was the
yeah.
technology, and then somehow they lost the technology and they lost all the telemetrics and all the information, everything. The data is just somehow lost. They take over. Like it's just so
Right.
doesn't make sense. It's
Yeah,
like
I
a
know.
weird
The
side of
greatest the greatest accomplishment in human history, right? And we don't even have a federal holiday for it.
Yeah,
Interesting, huh?
it really is. And somehow they made it there. They brought the rover with them. No
Right, right.
radiation, no
Right. And
sickness, nothing.
yeah,
Perfect.
there's so many things wrong with that, so many impossibilities. And I really feel like the Apollo moon missions are like an IQ test, right? So if somebody thinks those are legitimate, like the rest of this is probably going to be hard to explain, right?
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah. So you're just newly interested in flat earth, is that correct?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just interested and see also the different models. Um, and I also have a background in natural science,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah, but I'm always critical, and that's something I don't understand. The other people, like, why are you not listening and be critical? You know. Um,
Well, yeah, I mean,
uh,
there's a number of reasons for that, but a lot of people, in my opinion, are kind of cognitively on this topic in particular, are kind of cognitively stuck at the age at which they first learned the information, which is
mhm,
approximately like age 4. So we see that kind of like knee jerk reaction that they would have had when they were that age. I don't know. This is just a pattern I've noticed, where they kind of think there's still this very naive and trusting state, and also because they learned it so young, um, they have a lot of cognitive dissonance over the topic, and they get very emotional about it too. They can't just discuss it as detached as you would like any other
uh,
topic, right? Like this isn't a political topic, right? It's not based on opinions. We just simply take measurements, and that's all that's necessary, right?
mm,
So there's no reason to get upset and emotional about measurements, but they do. And I always find that very interesting. So
that is
have you looked
interesting.
have you looked at measurements? Have you seen any of our laser
No,
tests or
no,
that we
no,
present?
no, no.
No? Okay. So do you know how big the Earth is claimed to be?
Not on top of my head. No.
Okay, that's fine. So um a diameter of approximately 8,000 miles, so a radius of 3,959 miles is what we're told. Okay?
What is that in kilometer? In
Yeah,
my
yeah,
in
let me post it for you in the side
hour?
chat. Yeah, if someone has it in metric, that would be cool. But let me see if I have it. Hold on.
I do have a question afterwards.
Okay. Do you see what I posted in the side chat for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So the radius in kilometers,
Mm.
6,378.
Mm. I see. Yeah, I want to ask a question as well. There's something that I've heard from other people asking. They're saying if the Earth is flat, how come the tides are happening? You know, when
Tides?
yeah,
Like
when
the ocean tides?
yeah, like in Britain, for
Yeah.
example, the water goes and comes in the shores area. So they are
Well, we have
saying that if it's a um a flat Earth, how come there are tides? The
tides
phenomenon.
don't correlate to the moon, which is probably what you're thinking. And we have 2 tides a day. Some places have no tides, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's really no correlation whatsoever. If you look at a tide chart and see, it has nothing to do with the position of the moon.
But
But you
what
could
about the
still, I mean,
structure?
theoretically, you could still have, if tides were influenced by the moon, you could still have that on a flat surface, right? Because the moon would still be moving above it, right?
Or shouldn't everything be like a level, like a flat level, and the water
Well,
shouldn't be moving around from a flat surface?
well, whether the surface of the water begins curved or flat, if the moon was doing this thing, it could still, if we had tides that were influenced by the moon and we do measure the earth as flat, then clearly everything that's happening is happening on a flat earth. But like I said, if you look up a tide chart, you'll see that it doesn't correlate to the moon whatsoever.
Mm.
But anyway, just to get back to the chart to explain why I posted it, you can
Yeah.
see that shows how much drop over distance we should have.
Mm.
So, if you take a look, um, over like 20 kilometers, there
Yeah.
should be over 31 feet, or sorry, 31 meters of drop over distance. So
I
over
see.
10 kilometers, there should be almost 8 meters of drop over distance.
Mm.
What
And
that
that's
means is,
something they should account for, right? In aviation, for example.
no, it's not something they account for in aviation, but
But that
um,
should be if it was a globe, they should correct that,
well, yeah, I
right?
mean, if the Earth was a spinning globe, there are a lot more problems than that in aviation, right? Because now we have moving runways and all sorts of things. Um, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, we know that this is how much drop over distance should be expected if the Earth is the size and shape that we're told it is. So when we go out and we test for that, we don't find that curvature.
Mm.
We shoot lasers over water and there's no deviation.
Mm.
And that's why we're flat earthers.
I see.
And that's the main and only reason. So we don't claim Earth is a disk in space and that like we're the only
Is
flat
there
planet.
space?
What?
Like, is there space? Is because I was asking the other guy that as well. Is there a firmament, or is there like is there something like a dome or something above?
Maybe, but I have no way to prove that. I just know that we can't have pressurized gas adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr
Mm.
without containment. There has to
Mm.
be containment or we'd have no atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So What that containment looks like, I don't know. I can't prove that.
And it can't be in vacuum because you can't have a container in vacuum, right? Because
Sorry, could you say that again?
it couldn't be in vacuum like in space because then the pressure wouldn't be strong enough and for the environment, for the ecosystem that we have.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there was that kind of vacuum adjacent to our atmosphere, we would not have an atmosphere.
Yeah,
We
you
wouldn't have any water. We would all be dead. So, yeah.
so it must be in something that has a lot of pressure.
Well, we can
Wow.
just we're not trying to put in a new set of beliefs. We're just falsifying the story we're told, right?
Mm.
So
Yep.
we're not trying to replace it with a brand new story that we made up, right? Because we left the story that was made up, and now we just like to deal with what we can know. And we can know the surface of the Earth is not curving at the rate we're told. In fact, it doesn't seem to be curving anywhere that we've measured. And we know the Earth is approximately 72% water, and you can't have a 72% flat ball. You know, water is flat at rest, flat and level at rest, right?
Mm. Yeah, that's interesting. What about there are some people that say that there's a inner ecosystems in in the core of the earth or like deep down. That's not more hollow.
Could you rephrase that? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
That there's hidden ecosystems
Oh,
deep
like hidden
down
lands
underground.
or something?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about any of that. Yeah. I would never make any claims about something like that.
Mm.
Do you want me to post a laser test for you?
Yeah,
Is that
sure.
something you'd be
Yeah.
willing to watch?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Can someone post FE core or Great
Isn't
Salt
there
Lake?
like a oil rig post as well?
Yeah, I was just going to give you a laser test
Mm.
done by a group of field engineers. They were not flat earthers when they sought to do this. Let me see if someone's posted it. Oh, okay, I'll go grab it. No one has posted it. Just a second.
No worries.
Okay, so I posted the video and a PDF that accompanies it.
Yeah. I'll watch it.
Yeah, I highly encourage you to watch it and understand that this is just one of many, many, many laser tests we have that show no drop over distance.
Mm. Yeah, that's quite interesting. And what's the science community's response to this?
Well, first of all, it's just a matter of measurement and not science as, you know, as in a cause and effect relationship, right? Um, well,
But
I
did
don't
they
know.
deny
I
it?
mean,
Or
what kind of reaction would you expect from people who's, want to keep their jobs and, don't want to seem like nutters, right?
but what's the counter
There
argument
there
that they
the counter would be that light is perfectly bending down in accordance with the earth curvature every time we see it, so that the earth always appears flat in every kind of condition at every distance,
Mm.
which is an extraordinary claim which lacks any evidence to support it.
I see.
Yeah, they'll say that in every condition, daytime, nighttime, any, midwinter over a frozen lake, summer over in warm conditions, that at every single distance, light is always perfectly bending to make the earth appear flat. That's the claim.
And they say why the light is beaming like that?
It's basically just a belief system because no one has ever been able to provide any evidence of that claim.
Mm.
What they'll say is, "Oh, light bends," right? Well, we're aware
Yeah.
light bends. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for evidence that light is bending perfectly with the Earth curvature every time so that all the lasers hit the targets and aren't blocked by Earth curvature, and the Earth always appears flat.
Mm.
And like I said, we've seen no evidence of that whatsoever.
Yeah.
If you look in the side chat, Kathos has put a little infographic there, like a little, a little diagram to show you the
No, I
deviation
see.
we're expecting and how we don't. We don't see any
Oh.
deviation.
I see that.
Yeah. I'm sure you understood, but, it just helps
Yeah.
sometimes to see it visually. Mhm.
Yeah, it's always easier to see visually, of course.
Yeah, and, this is something that you could test if you live near, like, a big lake or something, right?
Mm. Mm.
You can just go online and Google an earth curvature calculator and see how much earth curvature you should expect over a certain distance. And if you go to a lake, um, that's large enough and put a friend at the other end of the lake with a big mirror, and you know that he should be obstructed by a certain amount of curvature, right? Let's say, like in that one I posted, if you're gonna have a lake that's like 10 kilometers, right? He should be obstructed by almost 8 meters of earth
Mm.
curvature. So you
Mm.
know that if he's at the other end and he flashes the sunlight at you with the mirror, he's not obstructed by earth curvature. So
I
that's
see.
one way you can test it yourself. And I would always encourage anybody not to believe us, but to go out and do their own research and find out the truth for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good. That's a good say.
Hello.
Hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Hmm?
How are you doing today?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So what brings you into the room today? You think the earth is a ball?
Nothing, just to witness what's going on in the server.
Okay. Well, in this room specifically, we just talk about how the earth is flat.
Why do you think the earth is flat?
Because the earth is measured to be flat. There is no curvature detected on the surface.
So it's 2D. The Earth is 2D.
No, it is not 2D.
It's like a cube.
No, we don't make any shape claims. We just say the surface is flat. It's actually flatter
It's
than a
like a
sheet of
paper.
paper.
Like a paper.
Yeah. Well, yeah, flat like paper, but not the shape of paper, yeah.
And do we have is? Does the Earth have is an end to the stretch?
Oh, I have no idea. It could be one. If there is one, don't know where it is.
So if we keep on going to one direction towards north, will we reach to end of Earth as it's
No
a
idea.
plane?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know anybody that's ever done that. However, if you are going to travel from your starting location all the way to another location as far as you can go, that entire journey is going to be measured flat. Whether you reach an end or not, no idea.
Nobody's ever just kept going in a straight line. In fact, that's not even possible.
Oh, damn, I didn't even recognize you, DJ. You changed your picture again.
Right.
But regarding whether the Earth is stretched up to infinity or not, we can't travel like up to the far distance to witness whether it ends or not. We can fly, right? We can sit on a rocket, go up, and once we reach a particular height, a good amount of height, if we see below towards the Earth, we can see the edges of Earth finishing. So it means that it doesn't stretch infinitely, right? Because we can see the either side of the Earth ending.
Well, that could just be where the farthest you can see is, even if it does look curved, when we're on the surface and try to measure that curvature, it's not there for some reason.
So like
I know you haven't taken a rocket up there. So that means we have stories, these pictures
I
and
think
videos from
there's a
people that
vlog, right?
supposedly went up there. What was that,
I
sorry?
think a YouTuber has vlogged it. I think commercially you can go to space by sitting
Okay.
on a rocket or something. It is on YouTube. And
Well,
he
I'm
has
not saying
shown
that
how the
you,
Earth looks like from the space.
well, I'm not saying that you don't see curvature. That just means that
I'm
it
just
should be
saying that the
present.
Earth ends. It's not stretched infinitely. So why we can't walk and reach to the end if we can see it from our eyes?
That could just be the farthest point that your eyes can resolve at that altitude or that height.
So it
Farthest you could
means it
see.
is reachable.
Well, sure.
Distance
But
wise,
you
even
could just
through
reach the
distance.
point where your eyes see. That doesn't mean that it's the edge.
That's not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. According to the mainstream scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that even from 300,000 feet height, then you can't see the curvature of the Earth. So that's higher than the rocket that you're talking about.
Wait
So
a
even
second, let me.
the astrophysicist said it's not possible. It's just a camera effect that you're seeing, and you can see the same distance in all directions. In fact, from 300,000 feet, you would only see about less than 1% of the surface area of the Earth. It's like being 1 millimeter above the surface of a beach ball. It's not very high. They're just using wide angle lenses. Actually, I need to take that clip of William Shatner saying that he saw no evidence that the Earth's a globe when he went up to 350,000 feet on the Blue Origin trip. That'd be a good little clip to have on standby. So how bad's my microphone, Lats? Is it? It's not like Elijah level bad, is it? Mic check. Anyone? Hello?
No, it's not that
Yes,
bad
your
to be honest.
mic sounds good.
Oh, thank you. So William Shatner went up on the Blue Origin. The Blue Origin went up to 350,000 feet, 62 kilometers. This is the maximum distance that civilians can get up to. And he said that he didn't see any evidence that the Earth is a globe from that height. And astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said he did the calculations, and he doesn't even think that you would be able to see curvature from that height. We even have astronauts from the ISS saying that when they're up at that height, the atmosphere looks extremely flat. So even from the height of the International Space Station, that's only high enough to see 2.9% of the surface area of the Earth. So if you draw a little circle on the
Yes.
Earth,
Mm.
2.9%, not very high. We even had the planetarium director, the director of the biggest planetarium in the world. I forget what his name was, but he said, and he showed the mathematics at a seminar saying that you would not see curvature from even the height of the International Space Station.
Yeah, but we could see the edges, right?
You don't see
Even
the
if we don't
edges. What you
see the
see is the
curvature, if we see it as a plane,
no.
we see the
It's
end,
not an
right?
edge. What you can see is the maximum distance that you can see from that height.
Yes.
So that's just a horizon around you is just a circle around you.
Yes. So the
It's not the edge
maximum
of the
distance
Earth.
that
It's
the
the edge. It's the edge of where the light is able to push back and travel back to your eyes. It's not the edge of the Earth. So the horizon is a circle around the observer. Let's say you go out into the ocean on a canoe and you look around 360 degrees. You can see the water at the same distance in every direction. If you start to go higher up into the air, you still see the horizon at the same distance in each direction. It's a big circle around the observer. If you keep going up higher and higher and higher, the horizon's still just going to be a circle around the observer.
Hey, how's it going? quiet down the noise so I didn't have to think. I drew a line to stop the tide. I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape. Every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my hands. Path the paper showed, I found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my head. Lines on a page, iron and rust. Whatever we build turns into dust. You can't draw the heat, you can't draw the cold, you can't draw the hunger, you can't draw the soul. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand. Because the map is not the fold it up, put it away. The ink is washing out into the gray. Into the gray. Starlight lends and steady hands. Time slips through like hourglass sands. I watch the sky's eternal show. Questions rise, answers flow, you know. A constant friend as theories twist, start to bend. What eyes can see, what hands can hold, worth more than all that we've been told. In silence now I recalibrate truths I can't communicate. The weight of all I see tonight shakes everything I thought was right. I'm drifting on a sea of stars. Their light reveals where we are. No waking dreams can verify what.
Okay, we have a few people coming in and out, so I'm just going to pause the player for a second. Let's see. James has been for a while. Kevin, I don't think you've ever been on mic. Joaquin, you're flat earther, looks like. Yeah, so yeah, if you guys want to ask a question, or if anyone comes in and wants to ask a question, I can pause the player at any time. So just ping me in this side chat.
Midnight skies testify. The night unfolds its grand design as certainty falls out of line. Each instrument confirms my doubt as textbook wisdom fade fill out. The readings stay consistent here while old beliefs just disappear. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every theory slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns time can't recreate. Lost in waves of cosmic dreams, nothing's quite the way it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. We're drifting on a sea of stars that light reveals where we are. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night unfolds its grand design. Each truth becomes more evident. The answers lie in what we see, not what we're told. Reality should dead. Should dead. to the top of the mountain in the clouds with the angels looking down at the ground. There are cities all around, and they're playing with the people, with their pieces, mile by mile. There's a game that's being played that's not ever gonna fade. And the earth is so humongous, they are giants there among us. From a town that's made of stone, that's about the size of Rome. And the map is so humongous, they are giants with a compass and a pen that's drawing on to chart their way to Babylon. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and full no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul.
welcome.
Fuck.
Meow.
Why is there no debates and fights and conversations and
because we already won the debates.
Damn.
No globe workers left that have any evidence. So now we're just having a moment of silence for the globe. Rest in peace.
You're
Rip.
becoming cocky, huh? Don't make me bring someone here.
Okay, I won't
I
make
will
you.
not. Thank you, thank you. Damn, I thought like there'd be at least like 3 people talking right now.
Oh, they all gave up.
Damn. So are you the are you the leader here? DJ?
No.
Who's looking for the leader? That's me.
I don't know who the leader is, right? But I don't think his profile pic will be looking like that, my friend.
Neil's the
Respectfully, of
leader.
course.
Just told you who
Well,
the leader was. It's Neil.
it is. That's my profile picture. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
I like your profile picture. It's very cool.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. You made my day. I like if you're not, you know, leaning toward that way, you know what I mean? But thank you. Neil.
Okay, now what?
But do you see like DJ's like profile picture like is like aura, you know? It's like he has wisdom and like he has like high level IQ. Yours like respectfully, of course, okay? No disrespect here. Yours is like a tennis player, basically, you know? With the right like never mind.
What's wrong with tennis players?
They're like do you know okay, never mind. They are a bit feminine. They
Okay,
complain too much.
that's your opinion.
Is it?
Well, what makes them feminine?
Because every single time I watch TV, bro, they be like crying about every point.
So are you saying basketball players are feminine?
Hell yeah.
So if somebody cries about something, they're automatically feminine?
See, you get me. What's your name? Neil? Neil? Feel like
Yeah.
we're on the same wave right now. Like, or
I mean, I guess so. I mean, you're kind of crying about me in my profile picture, but I mean, no shade at you, no problem.
you got me there, bro. That proves that you're the leader here, bro. You got me there. Like, if I was a
No, that's
globe
right.
leader,
I believe it.
if I was a globe leader, bro, you would have like roasted me right now. Like,
Right? See, that was 5,000 IQ right there. That's why I'm the grand leader of the
appreciate.
flat Earth, of the flat Earth, right? The is all capitals.
How come I always see Flat Earth Judge always in this room, but not you? Do you know him?
Yeah, he's the judge of flat Earth. You didn't know that? I'm the leader, and he's the judge.
I'll judge you.
Respect yours. Can you judge his profile picture? Like, see, Flat Earth Judge, his profile picture is like alpha, you know, alpha male. He got his chest out, you know, training chest every day. He got his beard out, like, you know, like green berets, like, you know, he's like alpha male. He got his gun on his waist, probably. You're in the car wearing bicycle, like biking fucking shades and in the car,
Yeah,
bro. Like,
I like riding my bike.
come on, mate. What's happening? Why are you wearing them in the car?
Because it's sunny and there's sunglasses and I'm probably about to go ride my bike right after the picture I take. So
Listen to me. You might be like the smartest person here in the group, in this group, or in this voice chat, but like you're how like I want to put it in a nice way, okay? You're what's the word?
big brain.
Wait,
I'm IQ maxing.
like your taste, my brother. Like you were like, damn, this is a hard picture to put on Discord. I'ma get all the hoes now. I'm joking. Like, come on, bro.
No, I actually I change my profile pictures quite often, so I think I have one for every server, maybe. So I don't know, this is just one for this server. Right? You know, no beard. This is kind of like my I'm like this. What is it called? This
Well,
is my Smurf. This is my Smurf account, right? You
so
know,
that's like not the toughest picture you have.
this is the weakest picture basically. I'm Smurfing, right? So I got no beard. You know, I guess I got some like bicycle sunglasses on.
Did that
But
make
then
sense?
yeah, you go to my other profile picture. I got like a hat. I got a full beard, right? And you know,
Damn, okay. So you be mugging a flat Earth judge, his
no,
profile.
flat. His beard is like I aspire to be that type of beard one day. Is yeah, he's mogging everyone.
Yeah, like based on your facial features, I don't think you'll ever be like that respectfully, brother. Like, you
Well, you
know,
never know. He has got a beard. He could look like me under the beard. You never know.
damn flat Earth. I would never take that, bro. I would never let that slide.
Damn. I mean, what? Just because I don't have like the Chad chin, like I don't have like super chin.
I'm not gonna lie to you though, that looks like an AI picture, you know? Do you know him?
Do I know AI?
Oh,
You mean the Overlord?
no, do you know do you know him like do you know that if that's him or not?
I think the right side. I'm not sure about the left, or maybe it's the left and not the right. I don't know. But one of them is real.
Hmm.
Here, you want to see? I don't even know what I look like. Are we in English hub? I can't use my camera. Oh well.
Open your camera, bro.
I don't even look in the mirror when I wake up, bro. I just like. I think I got a beard right now.
Let's see. Let's see if you qualify to be the leader or not.
You got TikTok?
No, see, bro, you're the leader and you use TikTok. Come on.
Yeah,
What's going
bro.
on?
I just started.
Oh man, that's like negative 50 aura points.
I know. That's even worse, right? But
Wait, see, I will know you based on how you answer this question, okay?
okay.
Like I can tell a human being by asking him this question, okay?
Hold on. Was that a smoke alarm in your background?
No. That was like the alarm, the phone alarm, you know?
The phone is change your batteries or answer your messages. Damn.
No, bro, that's like to wake up, for example, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Never mind. All right, go for it.
Change your phone. Bro, my phone is 17 Pro Max, bro.
I thought you had one of those like answering machines like old people do, and it was like beeping.
Hell no. Okay, wait. So okay, let me add 1 second. Where do you do your grocery shopping at?
But you're from Europe,
I'm
aren't you?
not. I
You're
don't
not. You're
live.
American.
I'm not from the U. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm not from the US. I just live here.
Oh, I'm Canadian. Yeah, so we're
See,
gonna have some
look,
problems there. See, we got different stores.
damn, bro.
Yeah,
You're
I
from
shop at
Canada?
Superstore, bro. The Great Canadian Superstore.
You're from Canada?
Yeah. And I don't shop at Costco. That shit gives me anxiety.
Costco? Hmm. Yeah,
I don't
man.
shop at Walmart either. Walmart is for broke fat people.
I see, I see. I was gonna ask you. So do you actually like cycle and stuff?
Yeah, I'm actually going right now. I'm gonna go BMX, bro. I'm gonna go to the skate park and go freaking do some jumps.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Theory and talking about skating and stuff, bro. That's mad.
Why? What are you gonna do when you're 30?
Man, I will have like a big cigar and like on a beach somewhere.
And you're just gonna be fat and like not exercise?
Hell no. Look at my picture. I'm in the gym.
Yeah, that's my gym. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting exercise.
Oh, you said like skating and stuff.
Yeah, isn't that not getting exercise?
See, I do that. I do the type of training, bro, like that gives me like aura when I walk around, like I be looking good, like people like praise me for that. You'd be doing
Yeah,
that type.
no, you go
Bro,
for the like what is it
everyone,
called? Like people stare at you, right? The non useful stuff, right? So if you were to jump off like, a 10-foot jump, right? You'd probably hurt yourself, right?
at 10 foot,
Yeah, 10 foot to flat.
bro, I play volleyball, I play soccer, I play pickleball, I
Okay,
play.
so you play pickleball. That's pretty gay.
I'm not gonna lie to you, you got me there. I should have not
Yeah,
said that.
okay. Yeah, so don't hate on my
No, I think
skateboarding or biking.
I over confessed my stuff. Wait, I take that back. I don't play pickleball, bro.
I don't, yeah, it's okay. You can reverse your aura loss and pretend that didn't happen.
I don't play pickleball, okay? I play soccer, I play volley.
I mean, soccer is pretty gay. That's a bunch of men complaining about fouls. So, I mean, your definition, you're gay.
How about we bring a globist here so we can talk?
I say BMXing and skateboarding is like the least gayest sport, right? Because, you know, you're fighting versus the concrete, you fall, there's no one to help you up. You gotta do it yourself.
Okay, wait, let,
Right?
let me actually test you on something, okay? Okay, don't use ChatGPT and stuff though, okay? Do you see DJ's profile picture? Who is that in the picture? Don't cheat.
I don't know. Was it like Eratosthenes or fucking Aristotle or I don't know. I'm just guessing some like big names. Do you know?
Yes, I know, bro. What you mean?
Was I right?
From the first look, I knew him.
Okay, who
That's
is it?
Nicholas.
Nick
Like that,
Te-
the guy
Tesla?
yeah, Nicholas Tesla.
I thought Tesla was like a nerdy guy that had
Hell
glasses.
no, bro. He has so much aura. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Like, how the hell did they have their beards so neat like that back then? Look at him.
I think they put like a wave cap on their beard. Maybe they were like black. I don't know.
Oh, that's racist. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's racist.
Not really. I've always thought of that. Like these old statues, like the haircuts they have, or like it didn't really make sense for a white person.
Bro, I swear, bro. Have you ever read 48 Laws of Power?
No, I don't read, unfortunately.
You don't read? Wait, then what you doing here then? Let's okay. Let's say I'm a globist. What you gonna do here? You don't
Okay,
read. You don't...
let's expand that. I don't read like books. How about that? I don't read full books. I can read. That's a poor statement.
So yeah. So how you go? Okay, let's say I believe in the globe. What you gonna do?
Sure, you can believe in all you want. It's up to you.
Nah, what the hell? No, I want you to convince me. Come on.
I mean, you just said you know, believe in a globe. What am I supposed to say? I could ask you questions, but I mean, like,
Yeah,
you're
go ahead.
supposed to be the
Ask me
one.
one question.
I mean, why would I ask you questions? I don't really care. I mean,
No,
you're the
no.
one. You're supposed to be the one that asking questions.
Just ask me one question
Why?
and see how I'm gonna like murder the question, basically.
Why don't you make a positive statement? Like, I don't really need to.
Okay, let me make one then. Come on.
Okay.
You sure you can answer though? Like, are you confident?
I don't know. I mean, let me try and read your mind for a second. It didn't get through. I don't know, but we'll see.
All right. How about uh, let me think of a good one. Okay.
Okay, take your time.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask. When you take a flight from basically, right? The point that is that flight routes fit the globe better than the flat Earth. Hello? See, you're not answering anymore. I won. Goodbye, guys.
All right, goodbye.
Come on, answer. Why are you storing?
Because I literally unmuted my mic and then you proclaimed victory.
All right, go ahead. I'll give you your chance. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So, how does that happen?
What do you mean?
Like, well, you made a claim, right? You just like broadly made a claim. You're like, flight paths on the globe work better, or like they just work, and the flat Earth it doesn't work. Said something like that.
Okay, Sydney to San Diego, for example.
Okay.
It's usually like an 11-hour flight, I believe, on a globe, of course. But if you put on a flat Earth map, it's usually different. There's a difference in time, in what you call it. Yeah, and let's say in time.
So what flat earthers and globe earthers, like we see like distances differently? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so basically it's like
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like you're claiming that like there's two different maps, right? So like I don't know, could you like show us like what's going on here? Kind of confused.
I'm confused too, honestly.
I know. Well, I'm just like bringing you through your talking points, right? So you said there's like a globe Earth map, and then there's a flat Earth map, right? So
Yeah,
I kind of
so
want to like
so
see those posts. You can like, post to like a source for both of them, so we could, you know, pull them both up and like see what's going on.
yeah, so the flight that we were talking about, Sydney and Santiago, right? It's an 11,300 kilometers, which is like 12 to 13 hours flight on a globe. On the other hand, if we use a flat Earth map,
Yeah, what's a globe map and what's a flat Earth map? Like, could you show me? Because I don't know what those are.
oh, oh shit, okay, ChatGPT is saying basically,
What happened? What happened to ChatGPT? Why can you use it but I can't?
I mean,
Oh yeah, because I'm the flat Earth
yeah,
you know,
see?
leader. That's why. Okay, never mind. Go for it.
Well, honestly, that's a good point though. I don't get it. Like they're saying on the flat Earth, since the North Pole will be in the center, it'll be thousands of miles more, like longer or further.
Right. So that's just people butchering a particular map projection called the AE map projection, which some flat earthers also butcher and claim that that's a flat Earth map. But that's just a different type of globe model projection map, right? And it has a variable scale, which means what looks like a longer distance towards the south is the same as what looks like a shorter distance in the north because everything's stretched out in the south. It's actually not a flat Earth map. It's actually a spherical coordinate system projection. And the flight on that map, if you use the map properly, is the same distance as would be predicted on any other spherical coordinate system map. It's just a different type of projection, still based on latitude and longitude. So it's just it's AI straw manning flat earthers, and also a lot of flat earthers butchering map projections as well. So.
You see how he answered it like so quick, but you couldn't Neil, I don't know your name. See, DJ was like a real boss. Like he came in, he answered, and he muted himself.
I mean,
You, on the
I
other hand,
appreciate that. I
no,
appreciate your
guys. What you say?
No, I appreciate your opinion, right? I mean, he did come in with a grand answering of what you're talking about. I went the other route and questioning you, right?
No,
So
honestly, it did make sense though. Like his answer did
yeah,
make sense.
yeah. So I had to question you on what you're saying, right? And then you had to go to ChatGPT, right? So well, it's all good. It's not a problem. It's not like a bad thing, right? I'm just like repeating what I heard. So. But yeah, DJ is like one of the. I'd say
Well,
he's like right below me because I'm the like the leader, right? So he's like right below me. He's like the
below
sub
you.
leader, right? Yeah.
He's like
It's
a
like the
sub.
co-captain. He's like subhuman, sub flat earther, right? But I'm obviously I'm the captain.
No, the other day there was like someone here, like he had a funny picture, but he was really smart. But I think even DJ couldn't talk when he was here because he was like the big boss, you know.
What the big boss of flat Earth or of the globe?
No, not flat Earth.
Oh, there's another one.
No,
It's someone
actually,
who it wasn't me. You're not talking about me. Damn.
no. Honestly, like he had the channel and he was like older too. Like he was like I don't know 40 something maybe 50.
Oh my gosh, he must have been one of the people I taught. I must have taught him everything I know. Too funny.
No, I'm being serious though. Do you know him for real?
I don't know who you're talking about. No, a funny character.
No, no, no. He was actually like pretty serious, and he seemed like he had a YouTube channel too. I think DJ
I don't
knows
know.
him.
I don't know,
Are you
man.
talking
It's,
about Indio 007?
Wait, you cut off. What you said?
Indio 007. He's got like a picture of Jaime. It's like the guy,
that's what I was
the
thinking
Asian
with
guy.
the cartoon. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, you remember yesterday
And he has
like what you said?
and he has a YouTube channel as well, Indio. He's the owner of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, that was probably him because he was like so confident and stuff. So I think that's him.
Oh yeah, he's a beast. Yeah, he that guy, I don't know how that guy knows so much stuff.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you though. Some of the stuff he says, like some of the scientists, like did exist or not. Like, come on, they of course they did exist.
Like who?
Like he was questioning whether Aristotle or
No,
Einstein.
Eratosthenes, right? There's literally no writings of Eratosthenes in existence, and Eratosthenes wasn't even mentioned until hundreds and hundreds of years after he allegedly was alive. And the test that he's supposed to have done, there's no evidence that he ever did it. And mathematical historians talk about how the Greeks like to make up these types of characters, these people like Pythagoras, for example. Pythagoras is another one that there's absolutely no evidence that he did that he did anything that he's credited with at all. Right? They don't even know what his first name is or anything like that. Like it's just this mythical Greek character called Pythagoras who was the first person who allegedly said the Earth's a globe through mystic philosophical reasoning because he worshipped spheres. But yeah, there's no evidence that Eratosthenes existed, and there's very little evidence that Pythagoras did anything that he said that he's claimed to have done. Right? You got to remember this was like 500 years before even Jesus was meant to have existed. So, I mean, yeah, these are like mythical characters. And they're not scientists. No one ever said that they were scientists. These were like Pythagoras was a cult leader of the Pythagorean cult, and then Eratosthenes was meant to be some like a librarian or something like that. But I don't know, not a scientist.
But honestly, like there's one of the points you guys always mention, which I think is like a weak point, where like you guys say, well, the astronauts, like, of course they want to keep their jobs. Of course they're not gonna like whistleblow or anything, or they're not gonna come out and lie, or like, you know what I mean? But what about the ones from the Middle East? Like those don't make that much money. Of course they would lie if they of course they would come out and say something if they weren't actually on the moon and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Who from the Middle East went to the moon, bro?
There's one from Syria. I'm pretty sure. You can look up.
The only people that have left low Earth orbit are NASA astronauts. Most of them are dead.
No, no. Look. Okay, look up. Look up. Put Syria.
No. You look it up. Say, did anyone from Syria ever go to the moon?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
1 sec. No, no one from Syria has ever landed on the moon. Only 12 people. What the fuck? What? I was taught in the school. Oh, never mind that.
Lead. There are people who think the Earth is flat, not round. Seriously. Really? Yes, there's really a lot of people who.
Yeah, there's hundreds of millions of people actually, according to the surveys. And then there's billions of people that think it's a globe because that's what they got taught when they were little kids. Billions of them don't know anything about it and they just blindly believe it. And they've never tested it. And they defend it like a religion.
Wait, what? He left?
Hey, he has gone.
EJ, let me ask you a question.
So
What was the hardest question you ever had to think about and stuff like that, or it took you long to figure out, that challenged
Hmm.
your belief in the flat Earth?
Probably let me think. You mean like when I first started looking into it? What was the one thing
No,
that sort of
no, when people join the voice chat and ask you
yeah.
guys some questions. There's no way you knew every single question in the world. Of course, some of them
Yeah,
are kind of.
Um probably some of the things I haven't researched as much as certain other topics, like maybe like ring laser gyroscopes, or if they talk about Yeah, there's a few things I haven't looked into enough. Um, if I was to get into the details about certain topics that I haven't researched enough, I mean, maybe some of the technical details in surveying, um, but usually it's things that are irrelevant to the main points. So I usually don't bother going into irrelevant details about things that don't really counter my main talking points. So yeah, there's all sorts of things I don't know that much about, but I think most
I
of
see.
those things are mostly irrelevant to the conversation. If someone wanted to get into the really technical aspects of relativity, the theory of relativity, or advanced astronomy terminology and things like that, they'll probably know much more than me about those types of things. But I mean, that's all just easy to refute. And the way I look at it is some people are experts at memorizing the book of bullshit, right? You can go to university for 10 years and become a master at memorizing the book of bullshit. And then flat earthers can come along and destroy that entire book just with a single observation, or like a series of observations that destroy the foundation of all of the claims in that entire book of bullshit. But sure, that person might be able to memorize and regurgitate the book of bullshit because that's how they got their degree or whatever, that they got rewarded for memorizing and regurgitating the information in the book of bullshit, and they're experts at it. So, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example, he's probably able to talk about all sorts of advanced space bullshit, but
Yeah,
none of
if we
that.
bring if you bring him here, bro, you guys wouldn't be able to like rebuttal him like that. I don't think so.
Oh
I'll be
yeah, yeah,
honest.
he would get wrecked. Yeah,
You
and
really honest. Okay, wait. You really think so? Like, come on, bro.
yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, I
But
would I would debate Neil deGrasse Tyson any day of the week. I don't think he would do very good at all. I mean, he makes tons of videos trying to debunk flat Earth, and they all suck. All of his debunks are just easy to refute. Right? They're all very low level, weak rebuttals. I mean, many of us have been studying the particular talking points based around this conversation for 10 years. And he hasn't done that, right? He just remembers a bunch of space bullshit, really. I mean, he's not going to be able to get into the refraction topic on a technical level. He's not heard the arguments. He's not studied the rebuttals. He wouldn't do well. I mean, I had a 3-hour conversation with a German physicist about a month ago in here, and he didn't do any good. By the end of the conversation, he was asking us, how do you think I could prove that the Earth's a globe? He couldn't think of any ways to do it. These people haven't studied the specific questions regarding this topic. If we wanted to debate about some black hole mathematics or something, some bullshit in space like that, then obviously he's going to win that conversation. But that's not what the topic is about. We're talking about the surface of the Earth not curving over distance. So yeah, he wouldn't do well. He really wouldn't. In fact, quite often some of the more academic people are more honest, right? Like he'll admit that, yeah, they don't know what gravity is. They have no idea what gravity is. They have no idea where gravity comes from. Neil deGrasse Tyson admits that. Or dark matter, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson will admit that over 95% of the known universe has to have some kind of completely unknown something, right? Not even matter. right? It's not matter. Neil deGrasse Tyson admits that they have no idea, and that it's just a placeholder for the math because the math doesn't work. So they had to make something up. Newton didn't know why mass attracted mass, so he made something up. The astrophysicists explain that. He didn't know, so he made something up. And yeah, when it comes to the basic arguments, oh, what about boats over the horizon? He's not going to do very good in that one. Trying to rebut the long distance observation, he's not going to do well. Because I guarantee he doesn't know much about atmospheric refraction and miraging and that kind of thing. He probably has read a little bit about it, probably has a good memory. He's probably able to recite the few paragraphs that he's memorized regarding what refraction is. He might know a little bit about it, but he's not going to know that much about it when it comes to the specifics of how it works in relation to the observations that we're going out doing.
Okay, what if he came here and said like, my strongest point is there is a change in visible stars with latitude.
Yeah, obviously that would happen on a flat Earth as well. Just like if you stand under a street pole, like a street lamp, and you walk away from it, the angle's going to change of that light as you move further away from it. Doesn't mean the street's a ball. Doesn't mean you're standing on a globe street.
Wait,
Just
what
means,
if the street is flat though?
yeah,
You would still see it.
yeah, not forever, right? Let's say it was 1,000-mile long street, right? You're not going to be able to see streetlights that are a few kilometers away.
Okay.
Right? You have to, like, let's say you think you're going to be able to see a streetlight that's 100 kilometers away on
No,
a
of course
1,000
not.
kilometer street? Of course not. It's just going to go down, 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 and then it's going to converge with the horizon. It's going to vanish. Eventually, you're not going to be able to see it because of the thickness of the atmosphere.
But does that apply to stars also? Because stars, I don't
Well,
know.
this is what we observe. Well, what's a star? Like a little light in the sky. So yeah, if you stand near the North Pole and you move away from it, yeah, it's going to get lower in the sky as you move away from it, just like a street lamp would. Same thing. It's going to do the exact same thing. And he thinks it's a big burning ball of gas in a space vacuum. And he thinks that he's standing on a globe, though, at the end of the day. So, I mean, okay, so let's say you're on a flat Earth and you move away from it, it's going to get lower due to the angle. And he could say, yeah, we can also explain it on a globe Earth. All right, well, let's test if the Earth's a globe. How about that? If the water's not curving, then it can't be a globe. So let's talk about something that we can actually physically, empirically test over and over again. Anyone can go and repeat the tests. No faith required, no assumptions required. We don't have to talk about some shit that's meant to be light years away that you can never get to. What's he gonna say?
I think the problem is, I'm gonna be honest, okay? Like right here, right? Everything you say is like, it does make sense, right? Like it does make sense and it's like logical and it's like simple to understand. But if there was like a voice chat for like the globes here, I don't think there is, but I'm just saying if there was, I think they would also like make sense and like, they will be smart. Like basically, I'm trying to say like they will be smart and
All they can do is repeat the books of bullshit. I mean, to put it frankly, that's all they're able to do is just repeat the story. We already know the story. The flat earthers know the globe model better than the globe earthers do most of the time. Half the time they'll make an argument. We'll have to teach them how to pronounce Eratosthenes' name, or we'll have to teach them the basics about the celestial sphere, or how they worked out the distance to the sun and how far What's the rate of curvature? We have to teach the globers all of these things, right? So if you've got a group of, like, let's say you've got 1,000 globe earthers, random globe earthers, right? And then you got 1,000 flat earthers. The flat earthers are going to know 1,000 times more about the globe than the globe earthers, right? The people that know more about the globe in that group is going to be the flat earthers, and they're the ones that don't believe in the globe. The people that do believe in the globe out of that group is going to be the 1,000 people that have no idea, right? They just got told it's a globe. They saw it as a globe in some pictures. They don't know the radius. They don't know how fast it spins. They don't even know if it goes west to east or east to west, or how many times it rotates in a single day. Most people don't know anything about the globe.
I don't know, to honest.
Yeah, crazy, man. It's people will emotionally defend it, and they don't even know anything about it, and they don't know our arguments either. Imagine entering into a debate and you don't know your own talking points, and you don't know anything about the opponent's talking points. You think you're going to win?
No, I get it.
Yeah, man. It's like a MMA fight, and the person doesn't know how to fight. They just think they know how to fight.
Yeah,
And then
you seem like you're talking about
the person
elevator
they're
for you.
going and trained for 10 years, and then they get into the ring with all of this confidence, and they're like, aha, I'm going to beat you up. And then they just get smashed because they don't know anything. Sure, there's some globe earthers that know their stuff really well, but
Like who?
you
Like
can,
who? Do you have a name in mind when you say that?
hmm. Yeah, there's probably plenty. I don't have a name in mind when I say that, but there's probably plenty. Even some of the like the anti-flat Earth debunkers, right? They know all of the basic stuff that most of the flat earthers know. Like they know the arguments. They've also been studying the same talking points for many years, and they have answers, like explanations and that kind of thing. But what they don't have is empirical evidence. Usually they just have faith-based evidence, pictures from space, that kind of thing. Or just guessing how much refraction would be present in an observation, and reverse engineering the refraction until it matches a globe, and then saying, oh, it had X amount of refraction on this day and it matched the globe perfectly. It's like, well, hold on. You never measured the refraction. You just adjusted it until it matched the globe. It's just reverse engineering. So yeah, look, most often it's just people that haven't heard both sides of the story, and quite often they're not even willing to hear our side of the story. They just come in emotionally charged, and they get angry, and they think everything a flat earther says has to be wrong because they heard on the internet that flat earthers are retarded. Yeah, and then they come in here, and like I said, they've entered into a battle without any ammunition, and then they have to. It's kind of funny watching how they deal with that situation. Everyone likes watching bullies get beat up, right? That's why a lot of people are coming into this channel and listening to people that want to come in here and act like bullies, get their asses handed to them.
Wait, so all of them are like, do you know everyone here? Like, based on their like usernames and stuff?
Let me check.
Like they're all flat earthers?
I don't know who the top guy is.
The sexy girl there?
Yeah, I know who everyone else is. Yeah.
Damn, so they were like trying to lure me, bro. They were like trying to sacrifice me, basically,
Who?
for their enjoyment. They thought I'm a globist. No, but you guys seem like,
We're
huh?
just here to share information with people, that that are interested in the topic, or I am. That's what I'm here for, to share, to have good quality conversations with people and show people some information that they probably never even knew about, and try to help people improve their critical thinking skills. They can improve their English at the same time if they're in the server to improve their English, because we talk a lot of technical terms that they're probably not used to. And I just encourage people to think for themselves and to look at both sides of the evidence and then work out for themselves which one makes more sense.
No, honestly, you guys are respectful and humble. Best of what I seen,
You're
right?
very
I think you joined
aggressive.
only two
Very
times or
aggressive.
3 times.
Yeah, sometimes people are aggressive. Not everyone's the same. Not everyone has the same demeanor, and we
Yeah,
got a lot of
I think
we got
the host is pretty. I'm not pretty, but he's kind of, you know, on the edge.
Neil, you're saying you're pretty. You're very pretty.
Like you ask him a dumb question, he'd be like, "Shut your mouth, mate."
Who's this?
Hmm?
Who are you talking about?
Uh, like I said, I don't see him here now, and I don't remember his username, but he was here yesterday, I think. Oh no, 2 days ago.
What country is he from?
I don't know. He spoke just like you, I think, like your accent.
Hmm.
Bro, he had like a red profile picture, like a face, but I couldn't tell what's the face of.
Oh, maybe you're talking about Says Who. He's American though.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Says who? Yes, yes.
Yeah, Says Who is a bit more aggressive than I am, and he doesn't take any shit from people, but he's very smart. He's got very good arguments. But yeah, he's much less patient than I tend to be. Sometimes I can lose my temper, but yeah, Says Who's, he doesn't take any bullshit from any of the Globe Earthers. That's for sure.
Man, I'm going to my appointment, bro. Wish me luck.
All right, good luck with your appointment. See you next time.
Take care, brother. Take care. Good luck with your future arguments
Oh, thank you,
and
man.
debates.
Mm. Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Hey, how's everyone? Hope all are well and blessed. Hey, brother DJ, are you here?
What's up, guys?
What up?
What's up, CB Games?
What's up?
What's up? What?
What's up?
So shut your mouth. What are you saying, bro?
What is up?
No. Where are you from?
Philippines.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Sorry, what?
Yo, DJ's here. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm just doing some work at the moment, listening in.
But do you miss me though?
Oh, of course, bro. Always.
Thank you. Appreciate you. What's up?
The sky. You alright?
Wait, who's talking?
The kangaroo down the bottom.
Oh, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Good, mate.
That's the first time I see you here.
Yeah. Do you believe you live on a spinning globe?
Hell no.
Hell no. I like that answer.
Yeah. Well, are you also from the OGs here?
Yeah, I'm from the original server.
Okay, that's nice.
You, what made you come to the conclusion that the Earth was flat?
There was an Arabic YouTuber. Like I started watching him. I think that was like 2-3 years ago, and his evidence made sense. So
Did he
and
show you?
although though, he does use the like the flat Earth map, which you guys don't really like.
Nope.
Yeah, but he did use it. But I don't know.
Yeah.
But you guys are saying it's not.
The map is not the Earth, right? Sure, you can have maps and stuff, but a map of the whole of existence is kind of weird.
Why though? It should be pretty simple, no? I mean, why you guys are
You,
like?
take me through the methodology of how you'd build this map.
So you would see how big a country is, right? And where it's
Yep.
at on the
Where it's
on
at.
Earth, basically, and just put where it is. No, like, isn't it that how? No, yeah, was that dumb?
Oh, you make it sound so easy, man.
But why not? Like, can't you just like from a satellite like take a picture of a whole country, and then no,
Satellite? What do you mean a satellite?
there's no satellites.
There's things in the sky. I don't think they're in space where they say they are. Like it's far enough away where they can take a shot of the whole of where we live.
Okay, not that
I don't
far.
think
Like,
that
how about
exists.
far enough to like map one country at a time? Like,
Yeah, you can map countries. You can do that from the ground anyway. But yeah, you can do it from drones.
Yeah, see,
They
so
have mapping planes and stuff like that. I think the problem comes to then is where is it, right? Of course, you can get there. You can fly to places. Like, where are things actually where they say they are? Like, if you just follow a map and you get to a place, and you just say, "Oh, okay, that map's right because I got to that place where I wanted to go." But if you're using instruments and things like that, like an electronic map, they say you need to change your direction and go this way, but they show you like a picture of a map, and you think you're following that and going to where they say you're going. It's not necessarily the case, right? I know it sounds a bit conspiratorial, but let me get a coffee and I'll explain it to you.
all right.
Give me 2 seconds.
وجعلني فيها على شمسية.
He did after that punch landed. Lee gave it no.
back. Are you still there?
Make sure you give it a like, subscribe.
Yeah.
What are you doing watching the UFC?
Damn, bro, I was up all night yesterday. It was so good.
I don't know much about it. Who was fighting?
Gaethje and Topuria for the main event. I mean, it was like 7 fights, but like you know where it was, right? Like the event was in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who won?
Gaethje, bro. He cooked him.
Yeah. Did it go the full rounds?
4.
4.
4 with a doctor stoppage. I mean, it was a doctor stoppage. Then the referee overrode that, and then it was a mess, bro. But I wish,
Yeah.
I wish you seen like Topuria face, bro. His eyes were shut off.
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I don't watch it, man. I'm not too keen on that stuff.
Why not?
Bit violent for me, mate.
Why are you? Do you support the feminism? What you call it?
Why? Because I don't like watching.
Yes, but there's like a bunch of
people bash their faces in. Then I'm a feminist.
there's
How
bunch of
does that work?
there's bunch of qualities. If you see them in a man, then you can categorize him. Okay, like someone doesn't like the UFC, and he doesn't like what is something else, like doesn't like UFC. He thinks men and women are equal. Then you
Yeah,
can
no, I'm not in
categorize
that
him.
category, dude.
No,
I'm
I'm
not in that
playing.
category. Even women know they're not equal.
But then, you know that there's like
But it's not like that. Right?
You know, there's a voice room.
It's a strength thing, and men and women are totally different. That's what I mean by them not being equal, right?
See, I agree with you, man.
Because in brain power, like IQ and things like that, they can be, some of them can be a lot smarter than most men. So the curve's higher.
Wait, there we have to like differ, brother. We differ. You go to the left side, and I go to the left one.
So what it is on average men are smarter, but the smarter women are a smaller percentage, but their percentage is smarter than the top percentage of men. Just in IQ, it's only in IQ. It's not
Where do you get this from?
If I wasn't driving, I'd show you the study, but it's just an IQ test. It's not based on anything else. You do know what an IQ test is, right?
Hell yeah, brother. I got like 250, I think.
250. Yeah, all right.
No, but listen to me though.
You're like the smartest guy in the world.
How come like all the scientists and like innovators and leaders and like men that you look up to, they're all men basically?
Because men are interested in things and women are interested in people. That's the difference.
See, so now objectively, who is smarter?
Well, I was just simply talking about an IQ test.
Well, IQ. Well, if a woman gets 50 million on the IQ test, bro, it doesn't mean.
That's not even a score.
I know, but I'm just saying. No, honestly, I respect them, bro. Like, my mom is a woman, of course. My sister. But I don't think. That's what I believe, bro. I don't think we are equal.
Yeah, but what do you mean by equal? Right. What does that mean?
Like, well, what do they mean by like we want equality? Equality in what? Like pay, maybe.
Well, they want equality of outcome, not equality of opportunity.
Outcome of what?
Right. Which doesn't make sense to anyone, even if men were, like you give people opportunity of outcome, then, if you give people, what was the word we were using? Sorry, I was concentrating.
Equality of
equality. Equality of outcome is kind of like, so everyone does the same job and ends up with the same result, right? Or everyone does different jobs and ends up with the same result. It's like a communist or a socialist thing, right? It's not good because it makes people not strive to be, the best that they can be. Whereas if you have equality of opportunity, then you have people who have an equal opportunity to get somewhere, but you still have to fight to get that opportunity. Right?
Well,
so the outcome becomes better, but it's not an opportunity of outcome. It's not an equality of outcome. Do you understand what I mean?
Wait, so are they like fighting for like the same opportunity based? Like, I don't get it, bro. I swear I don't get it.
No. It's feminism fights for equality of outcome.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
To me, is wrong. I just explained it to you.
1 second, let me use.
That's outcome. So they're looking for an outcome, like a conclusion, instead of a way to work on themselves, right? Not women. It's the new feminist movement. You're pretty much putting everyone in the same basket, and then you've got some guy who's a cleaner at a school, and some guy who's a doctor, and then people want the same outcome, right? It's the same conclusion, which in this day and age equals pay, right?
Yes.
Which is a communist thing, right?
Yeah, so that's what they want.
Do a different job, everyone gets paid the same, right? It's bad.
So that's what they want?
Well, they make it sound like the other one, but what they actually want is the outcome, not the opportunity.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Pretty bad. I think a lot of people are catching on to it, especially in the West. Well, getting called out for what it is.
You know what I always thought, but I don't know if this is like a bad point or not. But like they always say that they don't get paid as much as men. Like, okay. But
It's
like,
not
listen,
actually true though. Yeah.
If we're taking like let's say 50,000 random women, yeah, working women.
Yeah.
And 50,000 random working men, right?
Yeah.
I feel like most of the men like do the jobs that no one wants to do, like plumbers.
That's what I am. I'm a plumber and a builder.
Yeah, right. And like plumbers and what is it called?
Hard
Like,
labor jobs. Yeah, like
yes,
hard labor jobs. Yeah.
coal miners. The ones
But
like
it's
all
not
this.
it. But if you look into it, it's not actually that. It's so what they did was when they came out with these results, they took it was over a lifespan, like a working lifespan. So you got women, and they didn't count like overtime or women stopping to have children and things like that, and women's job choices. So women normally choose to work with people. I know there's the exceptions that become CEOs and stuff like that, but they're different. But mostly women like they're social, so they tend to go into fields like caring and stuff like that. which men are very good at. And they don't seem to pay as much, right? But then women stop to have children as well. So they didn't actually count. So they could have 10 years off while they're bringing their children up, right? So they didn't count in those. So say it's 10 years. They didn't count those 10. So over the span of the working like time between men and women, men did a lot more overtime and they didn't stop to have children. So it makes it look like men get paid more for doing the same job, but it's they just fudged the. Well, they didn't take into account all the variables. So it came up as women make less money than men, and it wasn't actually true.
That's a good point, honestly.
Because especially in the West, it's illegal to pay someone less just based on gender, right? It's illegal. You can't do that.
Where you live in?
Yeah, oh, well, I'm in Australia, so I live in the South. But I'm just talking about Western culture, right?
No, honestly, that's a good point. That's what I was thinking about, but you put it in a better, like you worded better, basically.
Yeah, well, English is my first language, so hopefully I should.
Yeah,
Right?
that makes sense, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
man, listen to me, bro. Bro, I love women, bro. I swear, like my family,
Yeah.
my mom. But bro, like, come on, like, if if I was a rich guy, an important rich guy, I'm not picking a woman as like my bodyguard, bro, or like to drive my car, or like to be my to, to fly my airplane respectfully, of course, you know. But I don't like. Come on, bro. Under stress. Okay, under stress, I feel like men. Of course, like we're comparing like best of men and the best of women, like in a certain job, right? I feel like men exceed in certain jobs, of course, not cooking and stuff like that.
Well, they're different. So we have different biologies, right?
Exactly.
So if you look back, the men were made to be hunters, right? Go back
Ooh,
that far.
damn, yeah.
So under pressure, then I suppose you could say that they might be better under pressure, like under stress. But it can be an exception too, because you got these exceptional women that
But
can do all these things as
yes,
well.
there's
But
exception.
caring, like you see the difference between mothers and fathers, the way they, like kid falls over, right, and hurts himself. The dad says, "Come, get back up. You're all right." The mum goes over, cares for the kid, hugs them, and comforts them. Yeah,
Exactly, but different roles.
it's different. So we're different. So equal is a funny term, right?
Exactly, bro.
Everyone has a role, so that's why we're different.
I should work in your plumbing company, honestly.
Plumbing's the small side of it.
Oh, what you said building?
I got a building, construction company.
Yeah. You actually work though, or like just manage?
Yeah, man. I'm 45. I'm still on the tools. I love it.
Yeah. I thought you were way younger. What?
Nah.
You said 45?
45, man. Yeah.
Damn, your kids are probably in my age then.
Yeah, we've got a 26-year-old. We've got two 16-year-olds and a 14-year-old.
Less than man. 3, right? 3?
4.
4.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, man.
And we all have our different roles.
Yeah.
But now the kids are older. My wife's gone back to work, and she's got a very good job, right? So she's one of those women that finds herself in one of those positions that she makes a really good amount of money, and it's a male-dominated industry. So
Yeah,
good at
yeah.
it. So yeah.
The first person I talked to here in this voice chat or like
Yeah.
voice channel, I think his username is who wait, what was his like who something?
What?
It's like
Says who?
says who, yeah.
Oh, it says who. Yeah.
Yeah. He
How'd you
was
go with says who?
hmm?
Oh, sorry, I'm using Australian vernacular. Did you have a good chat with says who?
Yeah, he just
Took you
asked me.
through the why the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we had like a nice conversation, and then I listened to him talking to like some other people who joined.
Yeah, and you can see his demeanor change when people start getting rude with him.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
about to.
really
Yeah,
nice guy. If you want to talk to him, then he'll have a really good conversation with you. If you want to be a prick, he'll be a prick back. I like him.
yeah. DJ was like, he's a
DJ's not a prick.
no. I'm saying DJ was saying. He's studying right now. He's busy.
DJ's got a way of talking. He's the globe whisperer.
What's up with that picture though, man? Like the profile
Which picture? My one?
Yeah.
That's the famous kangaroo. He's dead now.
Oh, what?
I can't remember his name actually.
Lexing, like
The big boy. He was like 7 foot tall. Like, huge, really big kangaroo.
man, Australia has a lot of like, it's crazy.
It's very
And
different though. So it's such a big place that I'm in the south. So we don't get any of that stuff. Like it's colder down here. So it's totally different. We got heaps of forest and stuff like that. It's cold and wet half of the year, and then hot and dry the next year. Then you can go up, and you got deserts in the middle, and then you got tropical regions. So you could compare it to the size of America pretty much. It's not quite, but
pretty much, right?
yeah, not quite, but maybe 2/3. I think it might be 2/3 the size of the US.
But
I
I
don't,
hear
I don't
that
know actually. I haven't checked, but
like,
it's a huge place, man.
isn't like Australia like 70% is like
Desert or unlivable, right?
yeah, like unlivable basically.
Yeah. So you got to think you need water to live. But if you've got a drill, you can live out in the outback because we've got an ocean underground. It's called the Great Artesian Basin. It's a huge, like freshwater ocean underneath the ground. So you can drill down and you can find, call it bore water, and if you can tap into those the water resources under the ground, then you can live out in the desert. But you got to find a place where it's drillable, right? It's got to be a decent amount close to the surface so you can actually drill it. Then you got to pay for it, get drilled, and then you got to, run the risk of it maybe not being successful.
I actually you said, well, I know you're not a plumber, but our
Yeah.
jobs are pretty close.
What do
I'm
you
a
do?
I'm a maintenance technician.
Oh, okay. For what?
Like rental apartments basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you do the work or you organize the work?
Oh, it's me and my manager, right? So we're only two people on like 200 apartments, so you have to
Yeah.
do the like you do everything basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's the good thing here is so it's illegal for anyone to do plumbing unless you got a plumbing license. So
Well,
us and the electricians are protected.
but like when I say plumbing though, I don't mean like, you know, breaking sewage lines and stuff. No, like just
Oh, like fixing a
basic,
tap or
basic,
something like
yeah,
that.
basic.
Yeah.
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 That's
Even
pretty cool also.
even that here is illegal.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
So here now to get a plumbing license is almost 6 years.
damn.
Yeah. So it's but it's protected, right? So there's only a limited. So you can that if it takes that long, there's only like a few people that end up going to get licensed. So you can get licensed, signed off, and sign off work, and you have people work for you. Or you can
Nice.
get a registration, which is 4 years, and you can work as a qualified plumber for a licensed plumber. You can't do your own work, so you need that extra 2 years to get your license.
Yeah, I mean I never knew anything about like maintenance basically. Ooh, okay,
Yeah,
I'm watching okay again. So yeah, I never knew anything about maintenance, like but they give me an opportunity basically, you know, like I told them I want to learn and I kinda knew the manager, kinda, like I didn't know him. He was the father
yeah.
of one of my friends, school friends. And I just like he told me like if I give you an opportunity, would you like stay or like I don't want to give you an opportunity and then you quit
Yeah,
in
and then
between.
you just take off. Yeah, I'll teach you some things, and then you leave, right? Yeah,
Exactly. But I told him like I actually needed a job, you know. I was like I came from Germany,
yep.
so like I needed a job. So
Where
and
do you
the pay
live?
was okay. The pay was good actually. For me, I mean it was good.
Where do you live?
Right now I'm in America,
Oh,
Virginia.
you're in the US. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
So
they
yeah,
give you, if you're in an apartment building, so you're the maintenance manager at the apartment building, did they give you an apartment to stay in?
they give you a discount, but like they don't give you that would have been
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. They do that at some of the buildings here.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, big buildings.
Like, yeah, I wish.
You can
No,
also get, you can, there's a lot of resorts here up north. So they offer maintenance positions up in the resorts. You go and stay in the resorts, and they give you a house to stay in. You just all as you do is you organise trades to fix things. You don't do actually any maintenance. You stay on top. You go and check everything when the people are out of their rooms. You go and make sure everything's working. If it's not, you get it fixed. Check all the water filtration systems and things like that, and you get the plumber in if something's broken, and they give you a place to stay.
oh, that's nice. No, I
Mm,
mean the company that
really
I
good.
work for doesn't do that.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, so you work for a company, not the building.
They they own those buildings.
Yeah. Oh, they're the facilities manager of the buildings.
No, so
Is
no,
it a
what do you
facilities company or is it is it a? Yeah, I know what you mean. That's right. It's a part
yeah.
of the company, right? Different part of the company.
So it's yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What's your German background, but your name? So
No, 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 no,
you're
no.
an Arab. Yeah.
No, I'm not German. I just came from there because like like my whole family lives there, so I was there for
Yeah.
like 2 years.
And what's your
But
background?
I'm Syrian, Middle East.
Okay, I got some Syrian friends.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, in Australia?
There's heaps of Syrians in Australia.
Oh way, really? We're
Yeah.
everywhere. Huh?
Yeah.
Wow,
A lot of
actually.
them. A lot of them here before all this stuff happened, right? So when, because Syria used to be a really modern country, right?
Yeah.
It's really nice. They moved over when it was still nice. So they're Australian, right? They went they went to school here and everything, and came here when they were very young. So I'm 45 now, so they're the same age.
Damn.
We went to school
Yeah,
together.
I mean, I got my citizenship here in 2022, but I'm not American though.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not Australian either. I got my citizenship a long time ago.
Where are you from there?
I was born in Canada.
Ooh.
But my parents are from the UK, so we moved there, and then we moved to. We did like a world tour for a year, and then we ended up in New Zealand, and then we came to Australia.
You've been
Yeah.
around the world.
Yeah, my dad was a software writer, so worked for energy companies.
Software writer?
Yeah, writer. So
Writer,
he
okay.
wrote, computer programmer. Yeah.
Whatever that is. Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm surprised
He's
no one.
retired.
Huh?
No, I was going to say he's retired now. What were you
Well,
going to say?
I'm glad he's alive. Nice. How old is he?
Oh, yeah. Their mum and dad are both 70, 77. They were
Wow.
born on the same day in the same year.
Man, our like my uncles, like they reached the age of like 50 and they can't walk anymore.
Yeah.
That's what we're used to in the Middle East. Unfortunately.
You need to keep moving, mate.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if the reason like there is a lot of respect for like older people, so like they don't let them like really like if they want war, like we bring it to them. If they want food, we bring it to them.
Yeah, you got to make them do it themselves.
Exactly, like
Yeah.
but like out of respect, I guess, like we do it, but it's not good for them, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to keep moving, keep those muscles going, otherwise you lose them.
Yeah, man, I see in Germany and here, bro, like, well, actually, I feel like I shouldn't call you bro. Like in Germany and here, like even like when they're 60 or 70, like they still go for walks, they do sports, they like, they're like active basically. Sounds like what?
Sorry, I lost connection.
Oh, okay. You hear what I said at the end?
No, I lost connection when I stopped talking.
Yeah, I was saying like in Germany and in the US, like even when they're 60 or 70 years old, they're still active, they still go for walks, they do sports,
Yeah.
they're, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the same here. Got to keep moving.
I think our
Walk.
culture, like, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you got to keep walking at least, right?
Yeah, we're more of like we gather and sit, I think, like, and listen to stories and like, I don't know. It's
That's
just a
nice. I like the family. I like
vibes.
the family dynamic. With like Arabic countries, right? Like they all live together. Like maybe 3, even 4 generations, right? Kind of nice.
Yeah, it's pretty. I like it. I mean, I like it. We we
In
stick
the
together.
West, we tend to, the kids move out and they're, like
Yeah, I find that pretty.
18 to 20, and then you go, "Ah, you don't need to do that, right? You can stay home and save and buy a house when you want, right? Save. Or
You
let's
know,
make an extension and you can live here too, or like,
you
I
know,
think that's where we've lost it.
in the Middle East, it's never what you call it, like um you never hear someone like making fun of someone who lives with their family. Like that's not a thing.
Nah, yeah,
I knew that, like I got to know that here in the US actually. I never knew that, like hey, you live with your parents, you know what I mean? And
yeah. It's like an insult or something.
exactly.
Yeah. Silly.
I feel like, you should help your father and mother. Like they helped you like for 20 years and now you're just gonna leave them alone, like you can help them, Um
Well, quite often in Australia, they
yeah.
actually want you to leave when you like
Yeah.
18. Like, when are
Yeah,
you
we
gonna
want our
leave?
life back.
Yeah. But in other countries, they don't want you to leave. They want to keep the family together and that kind of thing. But
You
yeah,
know, I,
quite a lot of parents are programmed to have that mentality where they're like, "Yep, you're 18, get the hell out of here."
Try
you know, I
and make your life right. Yeah.
like when I left Germany, like my whole family didn't want me to leave. Like my mom was crying, my brothers were like, are you dumb? Like why are you gonna live alone?" I mean, honestly, it's hard. Like living alone is hard. Like not like money wise. It's just like you're alone. Like no one's talking to you. You're away from your family. They're the ones like who care about you. Like I don't think a friend will ever care about you more than your brothers and father
Yeah,
and
of
mother.
course not.
Yeah,
Not in the same way, anyway.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like somewhere in the middle. Oh, I feel like somewhere in the middle, like not like just living there, like being a burden on them and like being disrespectful to them, and also not like just abandoning them. Like somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. And that's the thing here, like as well. I know that Indians do it too, right? They stick together. So, a lot of people complain that they say, oh, all the Indians are buying all the houses and stuff like that. And you go, yeah, but they've got 3 generations of people putting their money together and they're buying these big houses. Like, what do you got to complain about? If you guys did that, then you'd be able to do the same thing, right?
Exactly.
Like maybe we need to go back to it.
I agree.
Can't blame other people for doing things better, right? Anyway, you were mentioning satellites and stuff before. To me, it seems like you don't believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, me? No, I do.
So, what did you mean when you said satellites? Do you mean things in space, or
Yeah, I thought there is satellites in the like,
in
well,
space?
not in the space, but like at least somewhere.
Yeah, we can have things in the sky, right? Like, if you look up, there was a NASA program that was, it was like a Satelloon program. So they sent satellites up on balloons, like communications. So they called it the gold standard of communication. So they sent all these communication systems up on balloons, and what they could do is they can change the altitude of the balloons and put them into different positions, because at different altitudes you've got different wind currents. So you can actually position these balloons in places where you want them. just by raising them up and lowering them down.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Look it up. I think it was in the 1950s they started this. Could even be earlier, but I don't know what the program was actually called, but I think if, I don't know, I call them Saddaloons, but I don't know if they called them that.
Let me look it up. One sec.
Yeah. NASA Saddaloon program. Just type that in. See what comes up. There's videos of them launching huge, like stadium-sized balloons from Antarctica and places like that. Well, there was one in the US, right? Came down. And they ended up shooting it down.
Yeah, I heard that was Chinese, like balloon basically, but I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Yeah, so if they're doing it, everyone else is doing it, right? It's cheap. Well, relatively, it's cheaper than sending something into what they call space on a rocket. Just put a balloon up there. They also have drones and stuff too, right?
Is there actually a dome like surrounding the? You know,
Well,
you
I
know
don't know
what I
if
mean?
it's like a container.
Yes, like a dome. I mean that's what I heard at least, like a dome container, like a shape of a dome.
Well, the argument is, right, that there's a vacuum of space outside, right? That's what they say.
Yeah.
So in order to have that and have gas pressure on the Earth, you need some type of barrier. But that's only if there's a vacuum of space outside, right? So it's an argument to counteract the vacuum of space. But you can also think of it as Earth is the only place that exists. Right? If you think about it like that, then you don't really need to talk about the barrier because the vacuum of space doesn't exist. No one can show me that the vacuum of space exists. So therefore, to me, the only place that exists is the Earth. So if someone tells you they know there's a dome or something like that, it's not really it's not really a knowledge thing, is it? No one knows there's a dome, right? If there was a dome, then you'd have to know the edge of it. It's got to meet the ground somewhere, right? We don't know where that is, or if you can go there, or anything like that. But the surface that we know measures flat. So therefore, the known world is a flat horizontal reference plane. Right, we've got hills and mountains, but the water at rest lays flat, measurable. You can measure it, not curving. So therefore, you can kind of come to the conclusion that the rest of the place that we don't know will also be flat. You assume that it works in the same way, right? But everything we know, and just by measuring things like water, you can come to the conclusion that what we know is flat and horizontal. Mountains are measured from that water from the horizontal reference plane. Up, yeah, it's 3,000 feet above sea level, right? That's how they get, that's the reference plane. Reference plane is 0, sea level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty simple when you think about it. It's a simple concept. It's actually measurably provable. It works with all your senses as well. You see that it looks flat. You use the Earth as flat, so it's practically flat in all practical application. And it measures that way too. So for them to say that we live on a ball in the vacuum of outer space, there's absolutely no evidence for it. Know what I mean?
Yeah. I was gonna ask you, so what I've seen that, like, when they say like a ship from the, like basically, disappears under the curvature of the Earth, or like after, I
Yeah,
don't
like
know. Yeah.
bottom up, right? Disappears from the bottom up, therefore the Earth must be curved, because the only way that things will disappear bottom up is if there's something blocking that view, right?
Yes, and then like the answer was like, well, if you zoom in, then you will still see the ship, I guess.
Yeah, not always. Not always. You can do that, like it gets far enough away where your eyes can't resolve it, and you can zoom back in. But in other cases, it actually looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up. But DJ's your man to talk to about if you want an explanation of why that happens. If he's got time, then he could probably do a short presentation for you if you want it. Ask him if he's got time.
I think
If
he's
not, I can kind of explain it to you, but
I can quickly go
it,
over it.
yeah, sweet man. You interested, dude? Got 5 minutes to listen to what DJ's got to say?
Hell yeah.
Go for it.
All right, man. So most of the time when a ship sails out into the ocean, it's just going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then once it gets below a certain size, you can't see it anymore because it's too small. It's below 0.02 degrees, right? So once it gets below a certain size, the human eye just can't resolve it. Now, you can zoom back in and you can bring the entire ship back to view, including the bottom of the ship, right? You can see the whole ship. That's what happens most of the time. And I'll show you an example of it, but it's not what happens all the time. So I'll go over that in a second. So just a moment. I'll just bring up a quick little GIF image.
Okay.
So you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, so it's kind of like a myth that every time you see a boat go out, it just like the bottom starts to disappear and then the mask will disappear. All right, so just a second. Have a look in the side chat.
Yeah.
All right, just a second. All right, so see, this is a giant ship, right? And the guy's just standing at the shoreline.
Damn.
And when he zooms out with the camera, you can't see the ship at all. So if we kind of like reverse engineer this situation a little bit and imagine that ship was actually really close to the person at the beach. and he didn't have this camera, and he just was watching the ship sail out, he would just see the ship slowly get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then he wouldn't be able to see it anymore. And then he can pull out that camera and say, oh, wow, I can zoom in, I can still see the whole ship. Now, imagine if there were waves, right? So this is a day where there's no waves. Imagine if there were waves there on that day. The bottom of the ship would be blocked by the waves because the waves are very close to you and the ship is really small because it's so far away. So all the waves along the path, right, they can block the bottom of the ship. So if he zoomed out on the ship, it might look like some of the bottom of the ship's missing just because of the waves. And if that ship kept going further away, the ship's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller because of perspective. But the waves are still the same distance, right? Because they're constantly flowing in. You've got waves right in front of you and all the way going out to the ship.
Yeah.
So let's say the waves are 6 foot tall, right? They could block the whole ship. If that ship keeps going, the ship's going to keep getting smaller, and then the waves can make it look like the bottom of the ship's going to disappear. So that's something to take into consideration. Quite often when you'll see a globe earther present a ship and the bottom's missing, usually you can see that there's waves, right, present, ocean swells. When they're out in the ocean, a wave's called an ocean swell. Swell, S-W-E-L-L. And anyway, so that's one reason. And then there's other types of effects. Sometimes you can have mirage type effects, right? One of them's called sinking refraction. And if I go to Google right now, right, so I'm going to go to Google, I'll type in what is sinking refraction, and I'll just read out what it comes up with. All right, so sinking refraction, often called sinking, is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects that are normally visible above the horizon appear lowered, compressed vertically, or completely hidden from view, even though the geometric line of sight is unobstructed. So sometimes you can have atmospheric effects that can make it look like something is missing from the bottom or hidden behind the horizon, even though it's not really. It's just because of the way that the light is behaving. Because what happens is the light will bounce off the boat. As the light's coming back towards the camera or your eyes, it can bend upward or it can bend downward, right? If it bends upward, then it's going to make something look like it's lower. So that's another thing to take into consideration. That's not something flat earthers came up with. That's just a known atmospheric effect that can happen. So
Can you put a picture in there for him to reference?
Yep.
If you could. Sorry, no.
Sure. No, that's a good idea.
Some people are more visual learners.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. I think I've got one here. All right, here we go. All right, you still with me?
Yes.
Rami? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Look at this big giant ship here. All right, so this ship's called the Mandarin Arrow. And this is just a random picture of the ship. All right, so a guy went to the beach in the morning with a camera and he saw the ship out in the ocean and he tracked it. He's like, oh, what's that ship? And he bought out the marine tracking app, and he worked out that ship is called the Mandarin Arrow and it's anchored, right? So it's not moving, and it's about 14 miles out into the ocean. Now, he pulled out his camera, he set his camera up on a tripod, and he zoomed in on the ship. And look, you can only see the top of the ship. And it looks like the whole bottom of the ship's missing.
Yeah.
So a globe earther could say, it's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And this proves that the Earth's a globe because the bottom of the ship's missing. And it's not a dumb argument to suggest such a thing, right? Because they get taught the Earth's a globe, can't see the bottom of the ship, must be behind the curvature of the Earth. Well, actually, this perfectly matches the description of sinking refraction, right? Something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks behind the horizon or becomes completely blocked. Now, what this guy did was he actually stayed there for the next 3 hours. And over the next 3 hours, he noticed that the ship, more and more of the ship started to appear. Until 3 hours later, you could see the whole ship, right? So there's a video that shows the whole thing, right? He keeps zooming in on it. And then after 1 hour, you can see more and more of the ship. And then after 3 hours, this is the same ship that you can see here, the big one at the back, right? So that's the exact same ship 3 hours later, and now we can see the whole ship. So it didn't move because it's on the tracking radar, right? It says it's anchored, so it's not moving. And now we can see the whole thing, right? None of it's blocked, none of it's hidden. So actually, there was an atmospheric effect taking place on this day that was affecting the way that you see things. So it's not actually hidden behind the Earth curvature. And we can actually see that there's a miraging effect. If we have a look at the zoom footage, right? I'll take another screenshot of it. Because usually when you have a miraging effect, you can see like signs of it happening. So here's a cropped picture, basically, of the bottom of the ship. And you can actually see there's like a mirroring layer, right? So it kind of looks like the bottom of the ship's missing. And you can see the sky through the bottom, right where the ship meets the horizon. You can actually see the ship, like the sky in the background through the bottom. That's a sign that we've got like an inferior mirage taking place. So what's happening here is we've actually got an atmospheric effect, right, called sinking refraction that's taking place. So it's not actually hidden behind anything.
Okay.
So it gets kind of technical. Once you start looking into it, it's not just as simple as, oh, I can't see the bottom of the ship, therefore the Earth's a globe. Well, actually, yeah, there's other effects. So if the globe earther says our ships disappear bottom up, it's like, okay, well, how big were the waves on that day? First thing. But we want to know what the height of the observer was. We want to know how far away the ship was. And we want to know how big the waves were. And then we want to know what's going on with the atmospheric conditions, because if they want to claim it's Earth curvature, it could just be sinking refraction. Here's another example. Right, so this is 2 oil platforms out in the ocean. And this person has the camera at the same place on 2 different days. And you can see on one day, it looks like the bottom of that left-hand side oil platform's missing. And in the top image, it looks like we can see the whole thing. Right, so clearly obviously the globe isn't shape-shifting. It's not getting bigger and smaller. So clearly there's atmospheric effects taking place on this particular day. And the bottom effect perfectly matches sinking refraction. So yeah, there's a basic rundown. So basically, to sum it up, most of the time ships don't disappear from the bottom. You can zoom them back to view. Sometimes you can't do that because there's either waves or some type of atmospheric effect taking place. Simple as that. And if the globe earther wants to claim that it's actually because of Earth curvature, they would have to prove that. They would have to do it on a day where there's no waves, and then measure all the atmospheric conditions to make sure it's not sinking refraction. And they've never done that. So they don't have a good argument when it comes to ships over the horizon. And another thing, lastly, is we can just replicate this on a small scale. We can just get a little toy boat and put it on a flat floor inside a house, put the camera down low to the ground, let a bit of cool air into the room, and all of a sudden it'll look like the bottom of the ship disappears, or that the ship disappears completely, and that's on a flat surface. Just showing that you can just, you can just replicate these atmospheric effects very easily. I'll actually show you that really quickly as well. Because it's one of the main arguments that the globe earthers bring up. What about boats over the horizon? All right, have a look at this next image, this GIF. This is out of a video from a channel called Skyfree where they do all sorts of little tests like this. Can you see it?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
All right, so basically they set up some blocks along the floor. All the blocks are the same height. And then they go to the other end of the room and they set up a camera. They put the camera on the floor and you can see all the blocks in a row. And they actually put like a little red light as well on the other side of the room. And then what they do is they let cold air into the room. So they open the window and they let in some cold air. And then all of a sudden it looks like the blocks start to bend downward and the red light completely disappears behind the horizon. Even though it's a flat floor, a horizon still forms and things start to disappear behind the horizon. The only thing they manipulated was the temperature. So this clearly shows that things can disappear behind the horizon, even if it's a flat surface. So yeah, that's the basic rundown on boats over the horizon. So if a globe earther wanted to claim boats over the horizon, they would have to take all of these things into account and eliminate them from the equation. And maybe then they'd have an argument. Let us know if you've got any questions. We're going to get back to work.
No, it actually makes sense. I don't have any questions.
Cool.
Thank you for the explanation.
Oh, no problem, man. Anytime.
Yeah. That was some high IQ explanation right there. I had to use my, high level engine to like catch up.
Yeah, I'll show you one more example quickly.
Yeah.
All right, so in this one, we have a little toy boat. And it's sitting on some hot ground outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then as the cameraman starts to lower the camera closer to the ground, and as the cameraman lowers the camera closer to the ground, it looks like the whole bottom of the boat starts to disappear. And then he lifts it up, and then it comes back.
Yeah.
So if this was happening out in the ocean, think about it. The ground would be blue, like the water, and then the sky in the background would be blue as well. So it would just look like the bottom of the boat's disappearing. You wouldn't be able to see the miraging effect as easily, but because we've got the black contrast of the background and then the color of the ground, we can easily see the miraging effect start to come in when he lowers the camera to the ground. So the reason this happens is because the ground is getting heated up by the sun, right? We get like a mirroring layer. You can see like a mirroring layer. So what happens basically is according to the mainstream, right? The light that's bouncing off the boat and the ground coming back to the camera is actually bending upward, and it's going over the top of the camera. So it's not making it back to the optical device. It's actually going over the top. It's bending upward so much it's going over the top. So you actually just see a reflection of what's in the background. So that mirroring layer on the ground, that's just whatever's in the background that will show up on the ground. It's like an optical effect. This is called an inferior mirage. So this is super common over the ocean. And this actually is what happens with, similar to what happens with sunsets as well.
What the hell? Yeah, these gifts like makes it easier to understand, like for me.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
Damn, okay, I see.
So you can see a similar thing happening. Like here's a picture, and it shows a sunset. When we zoom in on the sunset, we can see it's the same sort of thing happening. It's just the inferior miraging effect. And it actually, when you zoom in on a sunset like this, it actually looks like the sun sets above the horizon. I've got clearer examples somewhere. But here's another one to try to like wrap your head around as well. Completely different topic. Right, so on the globe model, they say the sun is 93 million miles away, and it's many, many times larger than the Earth.
Yeah.
All right, so here's some high altitude balloon footage. So this balloon's about 100,000 feet up in the air, and that's the clouds underneath the balloon. And then you can see the sun. But look what you can see underneath the sun. You can see like a hot spot.
Yeah.
On the clouds. If the sun was 93 million miles away, how could we have this focused little point of light on that little section of clouds that looks like the sun's just above there, right? I'm not saying that the sun is really close to those clouds. I'm just saying that if the sun's 93 million miles away and it's many times greater size than the Earth, how come it's just lighting up this little section of clouds?
Hey man, that's kind of scary, man. You're like,
They don't have an explanation for this. I've never heard them give a good explanation for this one.
damn, man. I'm like, I'm shocked right now.
Yeah, check this out, right? So if we change the levels a little bit, you can see the hotspot really clearly. Like, what else is that? Like, what is that? That looks like a reflection of the apparent sun. So I think the sun's like an apparent light in the sky. I think where we see the sun depends on the conditions in the atmosphere, the atmospheric conditions. So where you're seeing the sun, you're not seeing like the physical sun. You're seeing an apparent sun. Because we got tons of crazy pictures of the sun where it looks like the sun is definitely not 93 million miles away. Here's a good one. It'll just take a second to upload. Right, hit play on that video there.
3 million miles away? I think not. I saw the setup occurring in the cloud patterns from where I was, knowing that tonight would be very likely spectacular to illustrate the placement of the sun.
So yeah, you don't have to
Yeah,
watch all that.
that looks pretty close, honestly.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm not saying that's the actual, like, I'm not saying there's a burning ball of gas or something. I'm not saying the actual sun is sitting in those clouds, but it sure appears to be, right? It
Yeah.
appears to be. We're seeing like an apparent image of a sun in the clouds there. Obviously, it's not there, but what is the sun, right? The sun is a mystery. Specifically, what it is, the way it sort of manifests in the sky, doesn't match up with the globe 93 million mile away sun claim.
The population of the world, and I'm one of the individuals that will help you to see this world in a different perspective. That's why I do this. Look at the hot spot in the middle of the top of that cloud. Pretty interesting, isn't it? In the summer, the sun and the moon were visible from this vantage point for approximately 10 hours. I'm sorry, 12 hours.
Yeah, I'm watching the video. Oh, my bad. What does hot miking mean though?
Oh, it's when there's noise coming through your microphone, but you're not
My bad,
talking.
my bad. Okay,
We can
I'll
hear the video playing in the background. Yeah, you can watch the rest of it later or something like that. But yeah, lots of interesting stuff. I mean, look at the video that I put underneath that one. So when you zoom in on a sunset, when you don't have any waves at the ocean, it looks like the sun actually fades away above the horizon. It sort of squishes, it starts to compress as it gets close to the horizon, and then it fades away above the horizon.
Hey, what's up, guys? I see nobody's speaking.
Welcome,
What's up,
bro.
man?
Oh, thanks.
What brings you in here?
Guys, I appreciate the like the chat gifts. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, damn man, it's
Trust us. None of us would have ever thought about this a second time had we never looked into it honestly. You know what I mean? Yeah, I apologize for my microphone.
yeah, man. I just keep going back to the like where there's a yellow spot on the clouds. That's like so strange, man. That's yeah. I don't know. I feel like everything is aligned now. Wow. Not everything. I meant like about the globe and how the sun like is million of miles away and is burning this much of gases in a second, and everything is revolving around. You know what I mean? Yo, Neil.
Rami, what's up?
Would you say I'm smarter than the average person? Yesterday I bet $18 and I got like 80.
Nope, because gambling's stupid and the majority of gamblers lose. So you're not.
That was my first time gambling ever.
Well, you better quit while you're ahead.
No, I don't gamble. It's dumb. Like it's pretty dumb, but I knew like like it was pretty dumb odds, that's why. I was like, let me make some money. So if you need some advice, ask me please. You're welcome.
Advice on what?
On your in your professional life, in your biking life, in your relationship wise, like whatever, brother. Just come here, say hello, Rami. Give me 2 seconds of your time, please, and I'll be like, okay, no problem. And you can ask me, if you need to
Okay.
make money.
Give me a sales pitch why I should go to you and not to somebody else for personal counseling or whatever you're offering.
All right. In school, I had a pretty small classroom, but I was the smartest somehow, okay? Don't ask me how. And the teachers used to always rely on me. And
Okay, how many people were in the classroom?
like 5.
5? And
Yes.
you were the number one. Okay.
Yeah.
Second question, was it a special ed class?
That was pretty disrespectful, honestly.
All right, well, I don't know. You kind of gave up your case there. I'm probably going to go to somebody else in this chat for, personal assistance. But,
Well,
yeah, good luck with.
How about
I
my
mean, if you
other
want to
point?
continue or your sales pitch, you kind of gave up. But
I didn't. How did you come to that conclusion?
now your mic was silent for like 10 seconds, and then I had to talk and get you to speak again. So
Okay, maybe that was not the best example, okay, to give. How about
one would be looking for some kind of experience in life or something, perhaps, maybe.
life experience? Okay. Um, life experience.
come on, I'm Kai Sanat. This is Streamer University. Come on, man, you're trying to get in. What are your talents? What are you offering to the table? How are you gonna help me?
Okay, wait. I can get you pretty fit. I mean, pause. Okay, pause.
Oh, pause. Yeah.
Damn, bro, I'm talentless.
You're not talentless. You're just not you're not in the proper salesman mood, bro. You got to work on your, you got to, BS people a little bit.
Yeah, you got to work on your sales pitch, I think is the expression usually said.
Like, lie a bit, you mean?
Not lie, but over
No, just
exaggerate.
your delivery style, confidence, that kind of thing, the confidence and the way you come across with what you're trying to come across. And, obviously you put in your experiences, because if you're going to be giving advice, depending on what it is, of course, depending on your age, you might be limited on certain, so you can't give advice on certain things you don't know about it. So it would have to be to what your skills are. Yes.
yeah, to relate, your conversating skills are like that's like my beard, right? It's like non-existent. So, but just like a beard, right? It can grow, and hopefully that'll happen with you, and your conversation skills will grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit older than you lot, so I've experienced quite a lot. So I can give advice for certain aspects, and it's proved fruitful. So I've been lucky in that
Oh,
regard.
Rami, looks like Jin's gonna take over your services. He's putting some words together. He might
No,
get me
I
to,
stopped talking because Sigmund, he said like, guys, keep it about flat Earth and stuff. So, but no one is talk about like no one came here and challenged anything. So, I don't know.
Well, this is all about flat Earth anyway, isn't it? What I experienced wasn't experienced on a spinning ball hurtling through the universe. That's for sure. So my
let's see.
experience comes solely from the flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen,
So
including all
Sigma
my advice. Sorry,
says,
go ahead.
talk about flat Earth. Okay, why don't you come off mute and share your stories or share your experience about flat Earth, since you know you're not liking what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know too much about flat Earth, but I've seen a lot of people believe the Earth is flat. I want to know why they think like that.
Okay.
Um,
Question, although
yeah, and maybe
slightly
like if there's other people don't believe in that, I would like to see them debating. That would be cool.
yeah, that's okay. Yeah, where you said that you'd like to see them debating or discussing, fine. What you got to remember is that the flat
But that's
earthers,
why I joined.
when it comes,
I thought there would
yeah,
be
okay. Well,
people
you're gonna
debating
learn
talking
something
about
now.
flat Earth.
Now I'm going to give you some pointers, something you have to remember and never forget. When it comes to the flat earthers, they don't generally say, I believe the earth is flat. They tend to say they know the earth is flat. And the reason they say that is because they were given a model at school. That would be the heliocentric model, the globe. That was what they were given, and they trusted that education, and they believed the earth was the globe at that point onwards. From that point onwards, obviously, during their life, in recent years, information was given to them, or they came across information that was opposite or contradict what they learned at school. So through an investigation, okay, that means relearning the model, of course, and then going out to check and confirm that model, they discovered that the new information they were given is correct. Okay, so basically that's it. It's not a belief. Okay, I don't believe the earth is flat. I believed the globe, yes, because I took that as a truthful information and I didn't check it. I didn't confirm. And then I went out to check and ended up finding out that, indeed, the earth is indeed flat. Okay. And not only that, as I recall my life, I've realized that I've never seen the curvature of the earth. I've never noticed the spin, and I've seen a lot of horizontality everywhere I've been. So this is how we become to this situation. We come to the situation of knowing through investigation, checking, confirming, comparing, etc., etc. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if that young man who spoke is still here, but does that make sense to you? The person who asked the question. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. All right, never mind. There we are. Yeah. So we don't generally say we believe the earth is flat, ladies and gentlemen. We tend to say that we know it's flat because we've gone out to investigate and try to prove the curvature of the earth, only to find that the earth is indeed flat, horizontal, water being the biggest clue, no curvature being the second clue. Carry on.
No, just saying he's still here.
Yeah, I'm noticing he's not responding. Regarding the flat earthers' position, regarding belief and knowledge. There is a slight difference, much the same as evidence and proof, ladies and gentlemen, because you keep hearing from the guys, we give you loads of evidence. Yes, but ladies and gentlemen, the deluge of evidence that they've given us over the last 11 years have led to a fat zero, not a single shred of proof, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, lots of useless, time-wasting evidence. Hence, I don't accept any evidence from the Globers now. One standard from me, and that is I want to see them measuring curvature, because I lost time in looking through their material. Okay, I looked through the material only to discover that it was a waste of time. Zero results. When you do that a few times, what, 5 years, you do get fed up of that, don't you? All right, there you are. And the 5 years, of course, is because you feel compelled just to check, just in case. All right, but after that, I gave up. Yeah, so I don't listen to that. They don't have any proof. And another thing I was going to say is this: you will notice a familiar pattern, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who are listening in the live stream, when the flat earthers talk about measurements, we give you the numbers and the methodologies that you can apply to measure the surface of the earth. That never comes from the globers. Those who believe in the globe never tell you, the listener, and show you how to measure the curvature of the earth. Okay? They don't do that. That's a familiar pattern. Keep looking out for that when you're listening to the discussions and debates and shouting matches. Keep an eye out to see which one is actually telling you how to measure and tools being used. Okay? And then you'll know which one is really trying to tell you something. Because that's a familiar pattern. The Globers never tell you and show you how to. There we are. The most common comment is, I don't have to because the scientists have already done that. And the other one is, we've already done that. I don't have to because we've done that already. That kind of nonsense. Okay, well, good luck with that. Firmly in the belief system there. So hence, flat earthers tend to say, we know the earth's flat because we've checked it. And checking it means they've gone to check for the globe, trying to prove the curvature of the surface of the earth, only to find that the earth is presenting itself as horizontal flat. And again, we don't mean flat like a sheet of paper. Of course, there's mountains. Of course, there's valleys. Of course, there's lakes, rivers, ponds, oceans, streams. But the whole rate it's supposed to, which would be 8 inches per mile squared, to then go on to make a radius of 3,959 miles, which will then go on to make that circumference of 24,901 miles. So that's why we say the Earth's flat, because it's not curving in any way, shape, or form. Okay? I like that word flat because it's what you see when you see the Earth from a high vantage point. Everything just looks flat and level, no curvature there. And then it makes you wonder, how did the Creator do this? The engineering behind it, amazing. But there you go. So anyone's wondering why we don't believe, but we know it's because we've checked. Thanks. And I will now stop talking.
How do I like, I want to clap too. How do I do that?
Could you repeat that again, please? You want to do what?
No, 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 DJ like clapped with his hands, like an emoji.
Oh, sorry, I did hear that clap. Sorry, yeah. Talking about the soundboard, I think it's coming from the soundboard. So you'd have to go into your soundboard and see if you have that particular sound available.
I see. Okay, okay.
And we thank DJ for the applause. Appreciate that, DJ. Thanks. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, whilst I've got your ears, and if you're new to the Flat Earth, there is a Flat Earth handbook on YouTube. Just type in Flat Earth Handbook. You're looking for a 38 minutes, 12-second video. Excellent introduction into the flat Earth. Please click on that. It's made by the guy who just gave us the claps, DJ. A very good video indeed. I highly recommend it. Thank you again. Flat Earth Handbook. Well, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we have this quiet moment, I'll drop a little short story, maybe 5 minutes or so, might be 10. It was yesterday again, I was on the Discord and someone was asking, well, why does it matter? What does it do for you? And why do you want to keep going on about flat Earth? What does it do for you? Right? How does it change your life kind of thing? That question comes up a lot. It comes up a lot from people who don't see the importance momentarily for the truth. Of course, they know the truth is important, but because their emotional state of mind is they've just realized that they cannot prove the globe. Okay. And that's one, embarrassment. Two, shock, of course, in combination now. The reflex action is, well, okay, well, why is it important? What is it? How does it change your life? It doesn't make any difference to my life. Those kind of statements come out. Well, there are positive sides to that. And then there are negative sides to what the flat earth does for you. In my case, it was an emotional uplift, to the highest level. Yeah. No drugs can do it. Do you know what I mean? It's an emotional realization because you realize for sure that the earth was made for you to live on now. Didn't come from a big bang. Okay. A big bang cannot engineer such horizontality. So there's a realization that there's a creator. Okay. That's one positive side. That emotional uplift is also very energizing. And then the human disposition to want to tell everybody about it because you now realize that you've been deceived. So you join other people, might be in your community who have realized, could be on the Discord, okay? And then you move together and you go out and you try to inform people about the flat earth truth. Another positive action there. Obviously, you've got to pick your moments well, because you don't want to antagonize anyone. People tend to get very upright and very negative. Okay, that's the negative side now. Even in the family, your family members, you might lose communication for a short while because of the difference in views. You've realized it's flat, they're still indoctrinated. So depending on your emotional state of mind, that will determine whether or not you're going to sever communications. In my position is, I have a younger brother, two younger brothers. The youngest one, for the last 11 years, adamantly, vehemently not accepting flat Earth. Still love him. He's still my brother. But, we clash there heavily, because he has no proof. And I give him all the proof, for example. Okay. So there's a negative right there. Some friends I've lost. Haven't lost completely. They just don't seem to care. Okay. So I feel that some of my friends have given up. I think when you find out about flat Earth, for me, it's like you're trying to make up for lost time. All those years that you were thinking it was a globe. So what do I do as counseling? I look at all the material that I learned from the television, for example, review. So I review the programs that I watched, looking for flat Earth clues. It's been very, very entertaining and lots of knowledge gained. It's just me even more. Hence, I can tell you about it because there's one thing is for sure: you have never experienced living on a ball Earth. Okay, your body, your brain in particular, has uploaded horizontality all over the place. It's just that you're not realizing it yet, but it will connect. Just one memory, one action, suddenly it all comes flooding back. Okay, and like I've done now, I'm reviewing past programs and listening to the flat Earth references that were there that I missed as a kid growing up, of course. So that's been the therapeutic, is the word I would use there. Yeah. And again, an emotional uplift because you're discovering. I'm still discovering the things that I missed, which then strengthen me to go forward. Okay, so that's just a short little excerpt there. Why is it important? Oh, the other thing is, of course, it's important because if we're all paying taxes and the taxes are used for education, then what good is using good money and giving us shoddy bad goods in the way of misinformation at school? You understand? That's not very good, is it? Right. So clearly there, if we analyze that closely, there's an agenda going on. Okay. Why would you want to tell people children wrong information? Are you setting them up to be drones, slaves in the future? Question mark there. Because there is an advantage there. Okay. Right. So, I'll stop there for now, but in CBR1, just giving you an insight into the psychology of what's going on and why people say, what does it matter? How does it change your life? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Jen. It is a mindset, though. When I found out my Earth stayed beautiful, got more beautiful. In all honesty, fucking love this. It's awesome. I'm happy as hell. It's awesome. I mean, I'm loving it. So, guess we're all a little different there.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm with you when you're enjoying the flat Earth. Absolutely. I mean, come on. What's not to enjoy, ladies and gentlemen, when you realize it's been put there all for you to enjoy? The humble pistachio nut, for example. Yeah. Pleasing to the eye, pleasing to the touch. You crack it open, you begin to salivate, and then you pop it in your mouth. Bang! The explosion of flavors as you crunch. Now you're getting nourished, and that's just one pistachio nut that no human being made. No human being created that thing. Yeah. So there's a lot to enjoy. A lot. And that's when you realize that you are really custodians of the earth, keeping it pristine for the generations yet to come. For the earth is not mine. It belongs to those who have not yet arrived yet, who are still coming to enjoy it. So I'm just here using it, borrowing it, and then leaving it in good condition as I move on. That's what we're meant to be doing. Remember, it was already laid out beautifully there for free. And if you get something for free, generally you want to keep it in good condition so it lasts, so you can enjoy that freeness for as long as possible, generally. Right. There you are. So there's a lot to the flat earth. It brings you to some serious realizations. I was kind of halfway there anyway. I already knew I was a person to look after the earth. I didn't need flat earth for that, but discovering it's not a ball and everything is laid out horizontally with the mountains and the valleys and the rivers and the streams and the ponds and the ocean. You think, what created this earth and its magnificence? Amazing, with all the seasons and the weather conditions and the sun and the moon orbiting above your head. Yeah. I was out this morning, 4:30, out for a run, AM that would be. Yeah, because it gets bright earlier. So I'm out earlier. Fantastic. Felt good listening to some nice 1980s new music. Don't You Want Me Baby, for example. Pet Shop Boys, that kind of stuff. Yeah, and that was enough to enjoy the run. Yeah. There you go, and enjoy the early singing of the birds as well. So you're getting all that nature. Yeah. Fresh air.
I was listening to Huey Lewis in the news this morning, dude.
Say that again.
Listening to Huey Lewis in the news this morning.
Yeah, what happened? Hey.
Am I there?
Yeah, what did Huey Lewis say?
I said I was listening to Huey Lewis in the news, the band, the ones that did that the Power of Love song and stuff like that.
Oh, right.
Back
Thank
in the
you.
80s,
Thank
dude.
you.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Loving it.
Yeah. Thank you. Bloody, what are they saying in the news anyway this morning? Surprised they're still there. Are they still kicking it?
The what in the news?
Yeah, you said in the news just now that they're so Huey's
No,
band.
the Huey Lewis and the News.
Oh, that's the name of the band, of course. Right.
Yeah. I was gonna say I don't
Yeah.
watch the news anymore, man. I have no idea what's going on in the world, honestly, and that's cool with me because it's all fucking fake. So I'm just on my my business.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, because I was wondering, because I thought you said Huey Lewis was in the news. That's what I thought you said. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, all that 80s stuff was really good. They called it new wave back then. Yeah. And to think I was living on a flat Earth even back then. Back then the Earth was flat all along. Wow, you see, that's what's so good, that I can actually go back and then recall my state of mind at that time. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was born in '84, so my state of mind was embryonic at a point, But I did go back and fall in love with the '80s and '90s as I grew up and stuff like that. So I
Yeah.
definitely love that time.
Yeah, best era of music that time, the 80s in particular. So were the 60s and the 70s. I'm really in love with the 60s music. Yeah, I listen to that as well.
I listen to classic rock, '60s and '70s all day long. Literally just from the start to the end, all day long.
Yeah. Especially when I'm camping. Love the 60s stuff. But yeah, so there's a lot to enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of emotional uplifts. And that's what God intended us to enjoy, the earth as he laid it down, flat and horizontal. All the clues are there. When you see the clues, it's a reminder that man didn't make it. And then it's another clue to, this is your chance to keep it in good condition and enjoy it. And then when you pass on, you leave it in better condition perhaps than it was when you found it. Instead of listening to a fraudulent Elon Musk being claimed to be the world's first trillionaire. How did he get there? Underhanded, fraudulent means. No integrity there, ladies and gentlemen. No integrity. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I was always taught in the Boy Scouts, leave it cleaner than where you found it. When you found it, when you go out into the woods, out into nature and stuff like that. Like, if you see somebody that's been left out in nature, pick that shit up. And I've been trying to teach my son that, and I must be doing something right because we were outside this weekend at the lake, and all I hear from behind me is, "What the fuck is wrong with people?" with his voice. And I turn around, he's picking up a Dr. Pepper can and shaking his head, taking it over to the trash can. I'm like, "Yeah, that's a boy. I'm doing something right."
Yeah, since we're talking about the flat earth and the things that happen on the flat earth, that's a very good thing you did to your son, because my son made that mistake when he was little. we were about to go mountain bike trekking, right? And I was just assembling the wheels onto the frame, yeah, reattaching the wheel, you know, because there's 5 of us, right? So now, he stamps on an insect, killing it dead instantly, bang, like that, right near where I'm actually putting the wheel on. So I said, now imagine that was daddy insect getting food for the family. So the family's waiting now for daddy to come back. Daddy's not going to come back because you killed daddy just now. You just killed daddy, I said. You see that? Now, what if a giant killed daddy here? See? So then I said to him these words: when you're with me, touch nature with your eyes only, right? Not with your hands, with your eyes only. Right? We didn't make. You understand? And he's lived by those words ever since. He's never forgotten. All his brothers the same, because they're all there. And I said, yeah, we don't kill anything that is natural at all, do we? Okay, right. And then we went off mountain bike trekking. So it's a good thing you taught your son, you know.
Try, man. Gotta love this place. Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the other thing that we do as well is that in the wintertime, when we go snowboarding and that, yeah, there are times when you're all, you know, when it's time to go home, basically. We've stayed to the end. It's like 5 o'clock now, okay? And we're getting ourselves kitted out now, you know, changing the clothing, and everyone's got their bloody engines on. Everyone's warming up the engine in a pristine area. You know what I do? I walk up and down and say, "Excuse me, can you engines off, please? The air is toxified at the moment. Yeah, not good air. But my car's over there. It's at that time would have been like 25 years or whatever. Okay, my engine is not on. You know why? I said because when we all go out at the same time, we queuing up. That's when the engines begin to warm up, because there's going to be a long queue for a couple of miles before we actually leave this ski resort. So can we turn the engine off, please? Keep the air clean, pristine. Nature is number one. And they all turned their engines off. Can you imagine that? And they turned their engine off. Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. I was actually reading something, listening to a video last year, a guy talking about that, about engines. And he was a mechanic, and he was saying that you shouldn't sit there and warm your engine up. It actually does more damage than when you just drive the car to warm it up. That warms it up faster. It sits there when it's cold, trying to quote unquote warm up. Burns a lot of gas, wears out the seals. It actually harms the engine more than just turning it on and just driving. So he said, stop warming up your car as is. And, you know,
yeah, I will always warm my engine up at home, because especially at winter. In winter, the engine is cold. The oil in the where the cans are have gone down to the sump. So we want to pour some oil up to the head. Before, I would never drive my car stone cold. Not good for the car at all. No, we got to warm up. My problem was that we're all trying to get undressed and get dressed up. We're outside, of course, and changing our clothing, and everyone's warming their engine up. When you've got like what 100 cars, do you know? I mean, that's a bit silly. You know what I mean? It gets a bit. You're choking. You know. So I walked up and down the car park aisles, shouting like a member of staff, "Can you turn your engine off, please?" You know, because you're polluting the air that we have to breathe at the moment locally. Okay, you know, and then don't forget we're going to be queuing up when we leave, right? And then that's when our engines can warm up. Okay, all right, is that okay? My engine's not on. My car's the oldest here. There you go, look at it. Still here. I don't warm it up. Not in a ski resort. At home, yes. In the springtime and in summer, you can get away with that. The atmosphere is a warmer temperature. But in winter, you know, I'm definitely going to be warming up my engine without a doubt. You know, and then it takes like what, 5 minutes, and then you've got operation temperature, and then you just drive
like
off
5
slowly.
minutes, 5 minutes max to get the oil up there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And then you drive off. So not to knock your friend or anything, in that sense, you know what I mean? But at a ski resort, you know, where everybody's there getting dressed up and getting undressed, you don't really want to be breathing in car exhaust fumes right there. No, you know. So, and the funny thing is, they were compliant, so that was good. think the shock of a black African speaking Japanese, and then the words of wisdom, yeah, shocked them into realizing he's right. You see what I mean? Yeah, because I'm polite when I say it. I deliver it in a polite way, and then alert them to the fact that we are going, and that's our chance to warm our engines up. But where we are right here locally, trying to get changed, the air is foul. We don't want to do that. In a nice, pristine mountain that we've been enjoying the snowboarding, I said, or the skiing, and the ramen soup. You see, so you add a little bit of humor there, and people comply. Yeah, and it works. Oh yeah. And then the other group are the landscape gardeners, the ones who do the landscape gardening and clean the public toilets in the parks and on the mountains. I had to remind them that the petrol you're wasting is taxpayers' money, yeah? The residential tax, yeah. So why are you leaving your engine on for? Oh, because I want to keep it warm for when I'm leaving. Well, you're not leaving now, are you? You're in the middle of work. Turn the engine off, please. And haven't the petrol prices gone up recently? Yeah, okay. So can you please keep that in mind when you operate this vehicle? You know what he said? Your Japanese is very good. And I laughed.
Yeah, that sounds like, yeah, you're right. You're...
He said, your Japanese is very good. I said, thank you very much. I've been here a number of years, but I'm very much into the environment, and let's keep it clean and pristine, and let's not waste the money that the taxpayers are using, for this, because it's taxpayers' money. Okay. That's it. Yeah, man. And then in that same location that I'm talking about, the mountains, I've had I've spoken to people about flat earth. Yeah, introduced it to them. It went down well. Oh yeah. The common thing they go to is, well, so didn't they go to the moon then? No one's ever been there. And then look at the horizon right there. Look at that. Where's that curvature? Look at it. Got all that mountain range. Look at it. Can you see it? Look at that. No curvature there. Right. So just think about it. Yeah. We should be able to see curvature, but it's not there, is it? There you are. Then. Yeah. Water is always level, isn't it? Right. You've been to the seaside? Yeah. Right. No curvature there. No. And then you show them the meme where you've got the ocean, the horizon. You see, then underneath the curved horizon, what you believe, and that really does send a very strong message, because they've never. I always ask them, "Have you seen the water like?" They've seen it. That's another clue. And a little introduction into flat Earth, couple of links, and then they're away. They've learned something from a gaijin foreigner. Oh, man.
I think the people who get me like irritated, or maybe not irritated, but like just stump me the most, and it's something that I've always had in my life, is that if I can, like, I'm an idiot, So like, if I can get something and you can't, then I'm just like, but it's right there. And so like for me, I've always been like a conspiracy theorist for 20-some years. So when I researched flat Earth, I was like, oh, it makes total sense. But other people are like, oh yeah, like I don't, they've been lied to my whole life, and all these things are fake, and all this is lies and all that. But flat Earth, no, they're telling the truth by the ball. I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense at all, bro. If somebody tells you 9 lies and 1 truth, and you're going to believe the truth, like Carvon, okay.
It's very true. That is, they accept that man hasn't landed on the moon, but flat Earth, and it's like you've assaulted their family. You know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? You say the Earth is flat, there's no curvature, and now you're in the realms of like insulting their family by their response. Yeah, I know what you mean. The other response is, oh, I don't understand the maths. I'm not a scientist. And I say, no, it's not that difficult. It really isn't, because children of 8 years of age can do this. And the maths is as simple as your maths that you do when you do your shopping. You buy your goods, you pay for your goods, you check the receipt, you check your change. That's simple. It's not that difficult, okay? It's not, no, and you don't need it's not science either. Okay, so can we, no, you're shutting yourself out. No. Step in. The water's fine. Because
and that's what Flatter Dave was saying. Is he was saying that they start you out as a little kid. They tell you everything. They indoctrinate you from the start. You know, you got the little mobile with the solar system above your crib, but then they tell you all these crazy numbers that are like outside of your realm of just understanding. So you just leave it up to the scientists. You know, give it up to them and stuff. But then when the same people turn around to the flat Earth, I think he said they have a preconceived notion that math and physics isn't that crazy. It's just too far outside of their brain power, so they immediately like shy away from even looking at it because they think it's kind of like the space math they've given us, which is way too complicated and not in touch with them, and they can't even fathom it. And so that's the misconception they have off rip. So then they don't even look at the map because they think it's already going to be too much for them. And it's fucking not. It's not all.
No, exactly. That's another good point you raised there, because speaking to myself, and this is when I looked at the maps and the numbers, it all made sense. So I comprehended it, and wow, you know, we've got the technology that can see that far. Yeah, that's what I believed, you see. But then I realized that really they're just making it up. It was all just made up, and that the technology that can tell us the sun is 93 million miles away doesn't exist, has not been confirmed by any human being on this earth that we live on. So they've been lying all along. But yeah, you know, I see what they mean by the maths, and the numbers can be bewildering. But I got into it. I said, wow. You know, 93. When I heard that the sun was 93 million miles away, I knew that was a lie instantly. That was an instant, no, it's not. Okay? And this is after becoming a flat earther. And that would be December 26, 2015. I'm hearing that the sun is 93 million miles away. And I'm thinking, no, it's not. Definitely not that far. No, it's not 93, because I was saying we wouldn't be able to get the heat from that thing if it was that far away. I said it's not even a million miles, is what I was saying. So I understood the numbers and their ramifications and implications and that. But I believed it for a long time at first. I did carry a lot of beliefs. So I can understand people thinking, yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's like the discussion comes up, you get confused because like Better Date said too, they teach you too so young that whenever you have a trauma or experience or something, you get triggered by it. You know, you have that trigger, and it takes you right back to there, and you feel those emotions, right? Well, it's like when you're a child, that's when they tell you all the stuff. So the moment somebody challenges it, you go right back to your 5-year-old brain, and you're like, well, no, this is how it is. And you don't even like go through life questioning those things. It's just like, oh, that's just how things are, and you don't question it. But then once you question it, where's your head at? You can tell, because like with me, I was like, what's up? Oh, holy shit. Other people are like, no, absolutely not. No, can't be. And they just can't question themselves.
Let me see. Yeah, that's right, D-Town. Absolutely correct. You see, because when you've learned it as a child, and then it's been let's not forget the psychology here, ladies and gentlemen. You're learning this heliocentric model at school. And then whilst you're at school, you're watching cartoons where it's being reinforced. Then you might watch. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. Remember, when you come in, and you say, hello, my name is so-and-so, salam alaikum. Okay? You don't blurt salam alaikum when somebody's in the middle of speaking. That's the height of bad manners. And in Islam, they don't teach you to do that, by the way. Okay? Thank you. As I was saying, the psychology of this model, ladies and gentlemen, is that we learn it at school. And whilst we're at school, some of us boys, for example, we're watching cartoons, okay, and the heliocentric model is reinforced there. Then you might watch some grown-up programs like Star Trek, Star Wars, and you know, movies. Okay, then you've got the science programs that the grown-ups are watching, that I watch as well, and it's reinforcing the globe there. Then you might see the images of the globe on corporate logos. Okay, you know, the global deliveries and stuff like this, right? So it's all there. It's been reinforced. So this is where you get this strong, justified belief, as they call it. Yes, it's justified through the indoctrination you got that you didn't realize. Okay, but that's what's going on there. So you get children, arguing strong because that's their belief, and they believe it strongly because the belief is true for them. It's only when you start to actually explain to them and show them the measurements, and they get it like this quickly, very quick on the uptake. Soon challenging teacher. That's what's been going on. But yeah, good point you raised there, though, D-Town. Sorry to my Islamic friends. Salam alaikum. Welcome to the server. Okay, maybe you don't want to talk now, but yeah, there's nothing worse when you're in the middle of talking and then someone comes in, doesn't have the manners to listen, and then wish everybody peace on earth. Blimey. Yeah, of course. They have to try and destroy the good work we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. That's what that's all about. For everything we say emotionally will strengthen you, inform you, and uplift you. And of course, those who perpetrate the globe hate that because the truth is so clean, so strong, so uplifting. Cotton wool, emotionally beautiful, right? The globe is a monster that doesn't even exist. It's an idiocy. It's an embarrassment. It really is. Okay, so those globers, they will come in here and try to derail any way they can. And we stay firmly on the rails, ladies and gentlemen, firmly in our knowledge. And that's how it is. That's something that we've all acquired, the knowledge of flat Earth. Some of us at the moment don't realize it due to the belief of the globe model. Okay, that's it. You're believing the globe model whilst your brain is uploading flat Earth.
You're talking about running in the morning.
Yeah, that was me this morning. Yeah.
How was your run? How many kilometers did you run?
Oh, I did. What was that? 8 kilometers, 5 miles.
8 kilometers, and what time?
5 miles, 1 hour this morning.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Like that was that wasn't like your fastest pace, right? Like just running.
No, I've done it in 45 minutes.
Damn.
And then I've also done it in 40 minutes. Remember, I am now 64. So, I'm not a young man. 64 years of age.
My best 5 kilometers was 25 minutes.
Oh, that's very good. Yeah.
Nah, it's okay. I mean,
I used to do 3 miles in 18 minutes.
like 5 kilometers in 18 minutes?
No. Yes. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Damn, man, that's hard. What the hell?
Yeah, but that was when I was like in my teens and 20s, 30s.
Dude,
Back then. Yeah. I used to run around Regent's Park, a very famous park in England. So yeah, and it's exactly 3 miles.
How about you, Niall? How was your bike ride today?
No, I'm going to go bike riding in the afternoon.
Oh, okay. So you're pretty active.
Yeah. I like to be. I like to spread the activity. Sometimes I do them in a block. Other times I spread them out during the day. When I'm working, then I do it in a block. If I've got time free, then I'll split it. Early morning and then an afternoon.
That's nice.
Yeah. I'll only do about 12 kilometers. That's all. I'm not going to do any more than that this afternoon.
I walked 8.7 miles at work today. So it was a good one.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's keeping you fit, see, because you're always active. Excellent. Yeah. Mine is an intentional, intense, let's go, let's get it done. Go for it. Get the heat up, wearing several layers and a puffer jacket to simulate what we call a micro sauna. So the sweat builds up very quick. Yeah, that's what I want to get a fast detox.
I don't have to do that because the back of my truck gets 110, 120, 130 during the day. So I'm getting that automatically.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Early in the morning, you don't get that automatically early in the morning. Temperature's rather low. It's still like 10 degrees, 12 degrees. But as soon as I put the jackets on, I've got a fleece and then a jacket, t-shirt, lycra. That's 4 layers. Yeah. And then the sun beating on the back of your head by the time I'm finished. Yeah, it's good. And then in the afternoon, it's even better. The only thing of that is a lot of sports laundry I have to do. Yeah. So there is a price to pay for all that as well, though. The laundry goes up a bit.
I've been getting my diet and my joints set up right, so I have like no more joint pains. I've been able to work all day like this, work 10 hours, walk 8, 9, 10 miles every day, and then get off work, come home, and hang out with my son. We've been running around outside and playing paddleball and cornhole and sprinting and stuff like that. Back into straight sprinting, not just running, but sprinting as hard as I can, barefoot in the grass and stuff. Dude, I'm actually still pretty fast. I haven't run like that in a long time, but I'm getting back into it. It's fun.
Yeah, it's good when you can do that. The problem is you can't sustain it. And then when you take time off, you've got to go back and start again slowly, inching back to your best time and then moving forward again. Yeah, that's what it's like for me now. So, I'm not able to sustain the sprinting. No, that's going to cost me a lot. I'm going to have lactic acid build up.
Yeah, it was burning me up, but like I said, I've been with all the work I've been doing with my diet and also just getting healthier in general, pulling toxins, detox like you're saying and stuff like that. I've found that my joints are doing a lot better, and I lost some inches off my waist without losing weight. So it's the garbage out of my body and stuff, and I found that I was able to do that without wearing myself out. So that's something that I could not do before. Even like a year ago, I could not have done that. I would have hurt too bad. I'd been too tired. It had beat me to shit. I felt like shit the next day. But been turning it around the past 6 months and been feeling a lot better on that. So I mean, you're doing a lot more than most people do. Get out and doing some running and walking and biking. It's more than most people do. So you're doing well.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of Japanese people who are out there early in the morning, tend to be in their like 80s, 70s and 80s, 60s. So I'm in that group, which is nice. The youngsters are busy doing a lot of sports, so you don't see them running around on the streets. You occasionally see, a middle-aged man, jogging around, but generally it's the older senior citizens that you see mainly early in the morning.
Do you spread the flat word whenever you're amongst that peer group?
All the time, even when I'm cycling as well, and I might be balancing at the lights, for example, and then they can hear the house music, right? And then they're saying, "Wow, look at that guy! He looks cool, right?" And then I might say to them, "The earth is flat. Check it out." In Japanese, "Chiku wa tairo yo." Internet de shrabitene, chiku wa taira. And then I do the flat earth salute, the horizontal like that. Yeah, and then I say, "Not ball." Okay, bye. So they think, bloody hell, he just said the earth's flat. He said, look on the internet. It's not a ball. If they check it, that's good. I hope they do. When they're at the lights waiting to cross and I'm balancing. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
very
I do that.
nice.
Yeah, I do that quite often.
Yeah, and to the other guy, it's incredible how not eating voice slop will change your life. you know? Just that simple thing of eating clean and with intention, it's puts you a world above most, just by doing that.
Yeah. Well, you're preparing to enjoy the flat earth even more. That's what you're doing, really. I mean, come on. What's not to enjoy? Yeah, I feel sorry for those who are living in the concrete jungle and don't get out. All of those who are living in the mountains and in the forests and bare parks and that near the ocean, they're the lucky ones because there's lots to be had. That's why I've got myself. I've got a 2-man kayak and a single-man kayak. Right, all together. The life jacket and the paddles, everything. Yeah, man. Because I like going canoeing as well.
Yeah, kayaking is amazing. I love it.
Yeah, really is. Yeah. Good all-round body conditioning. Because you can swim. You're getting a workout there. Then you get in the upper body with the abdominals because you're going in and you use your abdominals to pull you through as well. So you're getting a good workout all round just by being in the water. Always have your life preserver, as you call it in America. We call it the life jacket. Keep that on because you never know when you might have to rescue somebody else. You might be a good swimmer yourself, yeah, fine, but then you try and rescue someone else, and then it might become a bit difficult. They might be using you as the life jacket, and you go under. That's been known to happen. So I always wear my life jacket, and I said it to all my kids: wear your life jacket all the time, otherwise we're not going to go and do this event. We won't be doing this event. Yeah, right. Put it on. Good. Yeah. And you look cool with it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you know the old John Denver song, Country Roads?
Yeah, I know John Denver. What's that track?
That's on the Country Roads, take me home.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah,
song?
to the place. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, lovely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is
West
literally where I
Virginia.
live, bro. That is literally where I live, bro. I'm looking at the Blue Ridge Mountains right now, and the Shenandoah River is about 45 minutes north of me. And I've kayaked on it. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful right here. I love all the rivers around here and kayaking on it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I think the Carpenters also sung that, didn't they? The Carpenters, I think I remember rightly. Country Home. I think so.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Was it him working with them? I don't remember.
Yeah, it's been covered by many groups anyway, but yeah, somehow John Denver name doesn't come up immediately, but the Carpenters seem to come up for me with that particular soundtrack. But those were the good times anyway. John Denver, Carpenters, good music back then. Very good music back then.
Amen.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I was into my funk music and all that as well, because it was there then as well, of course. But I call myself well-rounded because I like all kinds of music, not just one particular genre or genre. Genre. Can't get a word out. Genre.
I think it's French origin, genre. It's how it's pronounced,
Genre.
really.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah. Genre. Exactly. So not one particular genre, but quite a few. Yeah, that's being in Japan there. Look, I lost that word. Couldn't get it out, could I? It does happen. But yeah, you can't beat the water sports. They're really lovely.
Yeah, that's my favorite. I mean, I've been swimming as long as I can remember. 8 years old, I was swimming down across the bottom of the 12-foot, deep end, playing shark with the guys, swimming all the way along the bottom. Grew up an hour from Myrtle Beach, so I was there all the time. I've been to both sides of the Florida coast. Where else? California. I've been to multiple coasts down there. In California, I went to the island, the beach The beach where that movie The Island with Leonardo DiCaprio was filmed in Thailand. We were over there. I went there to that beach. Water's everything, man. It's best.
Yeah, absolutely. I've enjoyed swimming with whale sharks and then with dolphins. Been marvelous. Absolutely great stuff. Great action. You know?
Yeah, we went to the cruise. We went on a cruise across the Caribbean and went to Mexico, and that's what we did. We swam with dolphins there. That was really cool.
Yeah, I remember the first time I touched the dolphin and I poked it to see it was very dense, wasn't it? Very muscly and like rubber. Dolphins, man. They're like rubber. Yeah. Feeding them the fish and that and then together. Brilliant. I've got some fantastic shots of them doing their stunts, man. Brilliant shots. It's like they're flying in the air.
One of my favorite things to do to make my son laugh with in the shallow water is I used to squat down like a 3-foot water and shoot out and do like the whale breaching thing, but just like look like a dumbass, just putting my head up and kind of like doofing over my arms on my side and splashing in the water, you know? He loved that shit.
Yeah.
Cracked him up when he was a baby. I still do it sometimes with the goose.
Yeah, great. Yeah, you just cannot beat that action. So yeah, get out there. Don't let this summer pass you by, ladies and gentlemen. Get out there, check out the flat Earth, and then start enjoying it. Yeah, don't let it pass you by.
How do I check out the flat Earth? Do I just go to the river?
Well, you're going to be looking for the horizontality of the water, whilst looking for the curvature. Of course, that's the main thing. Look for the curvature. You will find the horizontality and the flat Earth. All right, ladies and gentlemen. When you realize it's flat, then you know it was made for you, deliberately, intentionally created for you to enjoy. Get out there, enjoy it. Enjoy your birthright.
Okay, all right. So if I step outside right now and I go on a quick hike, then I can find proof that the Earth is flat.
You should be able to. Yeah, should be able to.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
UDI, undeliverable intercept. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only reason I remember is because I had like a bunch for a while for some reason. So I was getting like fraud, and so every time I put I don't even know if it says it anymore. But every time you would the old clerk thing, it would say UDI, UDI, UDI over there. Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, well,
And nothing like changing anything, making it more difficult, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess what you guys are saying makes sense. You know, like if the Earth is flat, like it would be fun to enjoy. You know, like I'm thinking about like running to the edge of it, jumping off. You know, and then just
What
like
what
fall.
a clown. Hey, don't take in too much sunscreen. The sun is good for you. Don't put that fucking poison on your body.
Okay. All right.
But
But
yeah,
like, but like,
to say
I
that
just out of curiosity.
you would jump off the edge, you're just being a troll.
Yeah, but like it just out of curiosity. If I jump off the edge, am I just gonna fall forever and ever and ever?
Yeah, you
And
need
like,
to
is there
stay
a
off
landing
of the
point?
flat Earth Society and quit conflating those ridiculous claims that they make, and then conflating that with reasonable people.
Okay, all right. I'm just going off of what Jen said, right? Yeah, she was talking about how the flat Earth is made for us to enjoy. I'm just trying to enjoy as
Oh
much as
no, and then you were
possible.
conflating that Jen believes you can go to the fucking edge and jump off.
Yeah.
No, I never said he believes that. It was just a genuine question. I'm just saying, like, it would be
Oh
Perduda,
no,
you know,
no, you
jump off
won't be.
the
You
edge.
won't be getting to any age. You'll probably headbutt the container first. Before you even got to the edge, you know what I mean? So obviously, because we do have 14.7 psi, ladies and gentlemen, pounds per square inch. And what is pounds per square inch pressure? It means that the molecules are colliding against one another, and then also colliding with the container to build that pressure up. So if you're thinking of getting to the edge, you're going to you probably hit the container first. and then you won't be getting to any edge after that. But there you go.
Okay, all right, thanks you.
Yeah, and that's not very enjoyable when you hit the headbutt the container. Would not be very enjoyable, would it, ladies and gentlemen? No, obviously not.
So, do you understand, Musa, how the globe contradicts the second law of thermodynamics? Do you understand that?
No, not really. Like, I just kind of came in. Like, I don't really
Okay,
understand
so
like
think
this
about
whole
this.
like language.
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics? Do you know what that is?
No, I don't even know the definition of
Okay.
thermodynamic,
So the
whatever
second
that
law of
word is.
thermodynamics is basically gas pressure requires a container. You cannot reproduce gas pressure without a container. Do you understand that?
Oh well, if that's true, I guess sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, according to that second law, it's true, and you'd be
yeah, well,
hard pressed
yeah,
to
but,
demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
that kind of makes sense, yeah, because the gas kind of has to be isolated and it has to be contained in like some sort of container. Yes.
Yeah, because it constantly seeks equilibrium, right?
Okay. All right. So do we live in a container?
So the
Right,
globe,
you're getting it.
Yeah, and the globe claims our atmosphere, right, dissipates into the vacuum of space. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum of space.
Okay, but the question is like, how do you know that container is like before the edge or after the edge?
Well, the first thing is to falsify the ridiculous claims of the globe model. And you don't need to come up with a replacement for a fallacious claim.
How do you have a container after the edge? All the pressure would leak out, ladies and gentlemen. What are you talking about here? What have you got in your mind? I don't understand.
No, well, maybe
Drop
the
the edge.
container is like
Drop the edge. Drop the edge. There is no edge, man. Why are you going with the edge for? You're in a container.
They always think it's a disk in space.
Silly asses.
That's
I
not a
know, it's
disk in
stupid.
space.
Thank you very
Well,
much, DJ. Yeah.
Well, it's logical. Like, I get why they think it, because they think that everything exists in outer space, and then they think they're on a planet, and then they hear about it being flat, and then they just change the globe into a flat planet, and then wonder why you can't fall off the edge.
Yeah, but I said that you got a container. So if you're in the container, can the container be beyond the edge? If it were to be beyond the edge, then the pressure would be leaking out, wouldn't it? What is the matter with these people? What is wrong with them?
So it's kind of like the Simpsons movie, how they have that dome on top of it, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, but even that,
And
even
now he's
then,
thinking of a snow globe in space, though.
cracks and things started going wrong. Come on, man. Come on. Still
Right.
still
So
wrong.
he was thinking. So first he was thinking of a disk in space, and now you've said the disk has a container over the top. So now he's thinking of a snow globe in space.
Yeah, he's thinking of a disc with a snow globe. Yeah, just make it clear we like any reasonable person doesn't believe that. Right?
Yeah,
That is what
yeah.
is called a straw man.
Yeah, a very bad one at that. And don't forget what my colleague just told you about the globe being in space without a container. That is a violation of natural law. That should be in jail. There should be bars around that globe, as it's in that heliocentric solar system model. There should be bars around that because its very existence being there is a violation of natural law. Should be in jail.
But Jin, you agree there's a pressure gradient on Earth, right?
I didn't say there wasn't any.
Yeah. I'm wondering, is that demonstrable in a lab experiment, like a container?
Pressure requires containment. Pressure, you show me pressure without a container. Oh, then you've got something. Okay,
I
go
don't
ahead.
have that, but I'm asking a counter
It doesn't
question.
exist in nature. It doesn't exist in nature. Much like the curvature, ladies and gentlemen, that we're all looking for. Remember
No, but
the pattern.
wait,
Hang
you
on, I'm nearly
misunderstand.
there. I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. Ladies and gentlemen, remember what I told you about that pattern where the flat earthers will give you the numbers, right? And the methodology. The Globers never do that. Keep an eye. Keep listening. Go ahead, Glober.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question, Jin. So, inside of a container, the particles expand in all directions, right?
They expand. They collide with each other. Yes.
Yeah. But they can also form a pressure gradient inside of that container, right?
When everything is at rest, you would still need the container, because without the container, ladies and gentlemen, everything is lost because the gas would
Yeah,
just
but I
go in
mean, it wouldn't
all
even be at
direct.
rest. Right? Like, there's wind, there's hurricanes. Like the Earth's
In that
air isn't at
container,
rest, right?
yes.
Yeah, the
Yes.
Earth's air isn't at rest, and it still has a pressure
Ladies and
gradient. I'm
gentlemen,
wondering,
it's
can
all
we demonstrate
happening
that in a lab?
within the container.
Can
Please
we?
do not take your eye off the container. Without that container, what the young man is describing wouldn't be happening. It'll all be gone into the vacuum of space. Okay, so there is a container there. This is why we have our systems and all this wind, thermodynamics. You understand? And collision, pressure, hot, cold, snow, wind, sleet, all because of that container, ladies and gentlemen.
Jen,
Doesn't
you're going
happen by
off.
itself.
I'm asking a question. I'm
Yeah,
trying to be polite here.
you're going off into a direction and you're leaving the container behind. For you to exist, please bring your container with you.
I conceded I don't have a lab experiment of I mean, I could show
Thank
you
you.
like
Thank you.
open air
Thank you. You
experiment
don't
where
have a
we have
case.
heavy gas or something like that, where there's no
You have
top,
no
but
case, sir.
or like the
Sir.
gas is poured on the floor and then it spreads out on the floor. Obviously, like heavy gas does that, but like the floor and then the walls are going to be like technically a container of that. But I'm just wondering, do we have an experiment of a pressure gradient inside of a container?
Again, you're ignoring the fact that that pressure gradient that we have, ladies and gentlemen, is due to our container. So this
Okay,
is the young man doesn't
DJ
have a.
posted it.
Hang
DJ
on,
posted.
you're
We got it. We got
interrupting me
it.
now. The
Thank you.
young man doesn't have a case. That's the problem. The young man doesn't have a case because he's conceded that a container is required. Okay, a container is required for pressure, oil pressure. You're going to need a container for that. Water
Well, to
pressure.
be clear,
You're
I
going to need
didn't concede that. I just said I don't have a lab experiment of it.
that is a concession in my book, ladies and gentlemen, because like we've said, and I'll say it again, that you see in the solar system, your solar system, that ball, that is a violation of natural law. And what we should see are bars around that ball, a jail, because it's violating natural law. It's committing a crime as you look at it. It's a criminal.
And what he's doing is just holding on to appeal to majority, appeal to authority by trusting what he's been told without actually proving it to himself and seeking a repeatable experiment. He just says, "Oh, they can't be lying to us."
Also,
Thank you very.
I believe in the experiments and demonstrations I've seen of gravity. I believe those. That's just me. You might have a different epistemic framework or like bar for being convinced. I believe them, and if that's true, then
see, that's the if there.
it's almost it's almost
Wait,
like
can
it just
you?
follows that you could have air and an atmosphere on a globe.
Yeah. So can you demonstrate non-fallaciously your proof of gravity, as opposed to just a acceleration downward force?
I have like a really precise, well controlled. Like they put it on a table where like footsteps or even earthquakes were controlled for like perfect Cavendish experiment. So for me that's pretty good. I've seen
That's not
like
downward force. Sorry,
I've seen
Cavendish, ladies and gentlemen, the Cavendish experiment isn't a downward force experiment. It's actually horizontally this thing. That's what there's. And remember that it's never been successfully
you
replicated
can do it
anywhere on
downward
Earth.
if you want.
I've never seen a
The mass
downward.
doesn't have
I've
to
never
be
seen a downward
down.
cavity.
The mass could be
I've never seen a
up,
downward
down, diagonal, whatever.
cavity,
Like
ladies and gentlemen. I've seen a horizontal bar, torsion horizontal bar, two balls, right, and then they're supposed to be attracted to another ball, and we, ladies and gentlemen, it's crap. It's absolute nonsense. Okay, it doesn't prove gravity.
why doesn't it prove gravity?
Well, because it doesn't prove gravity.
Why?
Because it's a false equivalency fallacy. They're just saying these balls acting the way they are is because of gravity. They're like, gravity
no,
exists because
they're
these balls
ruling
do
out
that. These balls
alternatives.
do that, therefore gravity exists. Circular reasoning and a
It's
false
not. It's not
equivalency.
circular reasoning. Where's this?
It
Wait, where is
absolutely
the
is.
circular reasoning?
Because they go, gravity exists because these balls would do this if gravity exists. These balls do this, so gravity exists. Therefore.
That's not what they're saying at all. That's a really weird straw man.
Okay, explain it then. Steel man your argument. Your argument is right?
Yeah. Well, they're saying if we observe the balls to exist this way, and we rule out any alternative explanation, it follows that the best possible explanation is that there's some force affecting them.
Yeah, and so
We
it's a
wanna
false
measure it.
equivalency. We just say it's gravity as opposed to
Well,
anything else.
whatever it is, works in the way that gravity works. Like, you don't have to call it gravity, but you can call it some kind of pseudo force. It's a very, very weak pseudo force. You could call it that. But do you want to read the paper? Because this was interesting to
post it.
me, and I've seen other ones. Like I've been trying to find. There's a Bremen drop tower experiment, and it was a huge controversy when it happened, and then the guy was like banned from ever going back. But he did this drop tower experiments showing that he alleges that it was electromagnetics causing faster acceleration, not anything to do with
mass attracting mass.
gravity. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then there's a bunch of people who were like, look, like these things weren't vacuum sealed inside of their little packages. There was like there's like a lot of confounding variables. So
Yeah,
like, this guy
I don't like.
I don't know why he got banned though. I wanna look up why.
I,
But
I
that
personally
experiment
do
is
not like. I personally do not like that tower because
Yeah, that
what
one.
I want to see is just a clean.
Riley posted it.
Okay,
But inside each container, those are not vacuum sealed, which is obviously a huge problem.
Thank you. This is my problem with that Brennan Tower. I think it's in Germany, is it? Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm having a problem with is that this launches your experiment up at high velocity and then it drops down. So you've got two actions going on. All I want to see is a clean drop test. I don't.
It does just drop it. It doesn't launch it up. It just drops it from the top.
Get me a tube of that size and length, and let's just drop the objects. That's it.
That's what they did. That's what they did. That's what they did in this one.
Yeah.
In
They
the
just
Bremen
dropped
one,
it.
they just dropped it from the top. Yep. And then
okay. I haven't seen that yet. Okay, well, I'm going to have to look at that one then. I've only seen the ones where they launch them up and then they're coming back down, due to
Anyway,
Oh.
I posted it in inside chat, but this is the best Cavendish type experiment that I've seen. They control for like everything from earthquakes to like air flow or like heat drafts or pretty much everything you can think of, electromagnetics. They shield the experiment from electromagnetics. They measure every single possible force that could also be affecting it down to like near perfection, and then they still see some kind of effect on top of that.
And gravity doesn't exist anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the way it's been described. We know this.
This literally shows that it does, by the way.
No, if you go through the
literally
paper,
doesn't.
yeah, if you comb through the paper and then use kind of basic reasoning, make sure that there are no assumptions, no circular reasoning, you'll quickly find it's full of that. So I mean, it's just
Okay, well, what's the
assumptions,
What are they
explanation
even
then?
trying
house
to
of
do? What are
cards.
they even trying to do in this experiment? Debate Daddy. What's the goal?
So if you let, there's videos of the Cavendish happening in like in a lab
No,
or
it's
like
not. It's
in
not.
someone's
This isn't
backyard or someone's garage,
right.
right?
But they're not trying to validate gravity or anything like that in this, right? It's to do with some microscopic behavior when it comes to gold, like tiny little microscopic pieces of gold or something like that, isn't it?
Like
Right.
gold balls, but like you could do it with lead or
Microscopic
gold or any
size.
other like inert
Right. So it
material.
looks like there's a tiny torsion balance set up where the position of a source mass was modulated periodically. This created a tiny time varying gravitational field at the test mass. They detected both linear and quadratic coupling consistent with a 1 over R potential. They also claimed non-gravitational forces, electromagnetic, Casimir, gas currents, vibrations, etc., were kept below 10% of the observed signal, though control is extremely difficult at this scale. So what it does not prove, the experiment does not confirm Cavendish's assumptions or the classical Newtonian big G measurement
Right.
in its original context. It's not a replication of Cavendish. Cavendish used torsion balance to estimate Earth's density around 1798, not to measure fundamental interactions at millimeter mass scales. This paper is a modern extension into microscopic gravity effects, hardly the same physical regime as Cavendish's macroscopic experiment. Not a proof that gravity is a force rather than an effect of some other mechanism. The experiment presupposes the Newtonian gravitational form 1 over R potential. In designing the measurement, they fit data assuming that form. They don't exclude other mechanisms that effectively mimic 1 over R behavior at these very short ranges. Major limitations, critical weak points. Number 1, signal versus non-gravitational noise at the millimeter scale. Forces like electromagnetic forces, electrostatic patch effects, Casimir forces, thermal gradients, mechanical vibrations are many orders of magnitude larger than gravity. Successfully suppressing those below 10% is extraordinarily challenging and requires sophisticated shielding, vacuum modeling, and calibration. A significant portion
vibrations like that, by the way.
a significant right to the point of 10%, right, up to 10%. A significant portion of the measured effect could be misattributed to gravity if modeling of these backgrounds is imperfect. And then model dependency, their analysis assumes Newtonian 1 over R gravitational potential a priori. The data fitting looks for a 1 over R signal and is interpreted as confirming it, but if there were unknown systematic effects that also produce similar signal shape, the experiment doesn't rule them out. No direct proof is given that the observed coupling must originate exclusive from classical gravity, so the conclusion is interpretive, not definitive, and scale mismatch with classical gravity interpretations. Original Cavendish experiments use 158 kilogram source masses, millimeter scale separations, torsion balances designed to isolate external perturbations. Perturbations. Sorry, I can't even read that word, my bad. This modern paper uses 90 milligram, or is that milligram? Milligram, I guess, gold spheres. And so it has very different physics dominating at that scale. Many other forces are negligible in Cavendish's regime. can swamp out the gravitational signal here. Right, so because they're doing it on such a small scale, there's all sorts of other things that could swamp out the gravitational signal. Right,
A couple things there. I think if you relook at it, I don't think that they assumed 1 over r squared. They derived it and experimentally measured it. Just if you have another like closer look, I think they did not do that. The other thing is if they did the experiment, like somebody in their garage can do this and come to a very close measurement here. But if they were to, they put it on like a table that's immune to earthquakes and like footsteps outside, like people walking on the street outside, things like that. Heat drafts, things like that. So you're saying, okay, well, they reduced it by 90%, but there's still 10% remaining. If all of that is like the case, which I'll look into that, I would actually predict that they would observe a 90% of like reduced of something. They would observe 90% different results, but the results aren't 90% different.
Well,
Why is that?
I mean,
The
gravity
kind of
is
counting variables
assumed.
are
I mean, you said
explanatory.
gravity wasn't assumed, right? It says in the next line of the breakdown that gravity is assumed, not derived without assumption. The experiment measures a tinily coupling consistent with a 1 over r pattern, but theoretical pre-assumptions about the force shape are built in. Alternatives like electromagnetic patch forces can produce similar behavior at short ranges. Gravity is what is left after assuming other forces are modeled accurately. So in other
Yeah,
words, you
but
don't isolate a force without assumptions. You infer it after modeling everything else away.
if you want, well, okay, so we understand electromagnetic forces better than any other force on planet Earth. We've done more experiments on electromagnetics than even gravity. So we understand it perfectly. We can perfectly rule it out. Now, if you're saying, well,
I don't know
that's
how you
based
can
on
do. Sorry to
quality.
interrupt, right? I don't know how you can do that when the gravity position that you're holding is all based on assumptions, right? So you can't say, well, we've got this dialed in better than gravity. Gravity hasn't been proven in the first place. So if you're moving from one assumption to the next, you're not really proving anything
That's
here.
not what's
These are
happening.
all theories. Theories here.
Sir,
Theories.
Jin, that's not what's happening. We understand electromagnetic forces extremely well because we can measure them in laboratories, and we've done them for almost over 100 years to an extreme degree where we can perfectly rule them out. Now, that's what they did in this experiment. So
Yeah,
if
but
you want to
okay,
question
okay.
that, you can, but I mean, we can have a separate debate
Mm.
about whether they controlled for electromagnetics properly or if they didn't, and then we don't understand electromagnetics as well as we know. We could debate that. Like that would be interesting because then, yeah, they could be baking in some nonsense, but I don't think
Yeah,
it's
you see,
controversial at all.
yeah.
By the
My
way,
problem with all this
I think that's
gravity
something
talk.
that you should just grant.
Okay, okay. My problem with gravity talk is this: you can have a helium balloon pick up a Schiefton tank, a German tank, and lift it up. That massive weight can be picked up by helium gas. Okay, so if you're trying to say gravity is a force that's able to grab a tank and keep it to the ground, how can gas, accumulate it into a balloon and then attach to that thing and then lift it up all the way up, well above your head? Just keep going up with a Schiefton German tank. Okay, so the contradiction is just ridiculous. Okay, and then this is what we end up doing: electromagnetic this, scrutinizing the most of gold leaves and balls and crap, having this horizontally. But the helium balloon is telling you with the tank there, look at what I can do. I can take the mickey out of gravity here and deliver it to your doorstep if you want. Just get out of here
It's
with
a
this
cool
nonsense with the gravity.
story. Like I'm not discounting that you can pick up a tank with electromagnetic force. Nobody's disagreeing with that. How is that relevant though?
Well, it disproves that gravity doesn't exist, doesn't it? If you can use gas. I don't know. Helium
If
is not
there's
an electric. Hang
if
on a
there's
minute.
competing
Helium. Are you
forces,
saying helium is electromagnetic? Helium? Is that what you're saying now? Because
Do you
I'm
think
saying
that?
helium gas. I'm saying helium gas. I'm not saying anything electromagnetic here. Are you
Yeah,
saying
but like,
helium is?
let's say you had something magnetic and then something electromagnetic.
No,
Like
I'm just saying. I'm
you
saying
had something
helium.
buoyant. You had a bunch of different forces together, mixed together. You applied physical force, right? You had all these different forces competing. Just because you have to account for all these forces doesn't mean that none of them exist. That seems to be what you're saying. You're like, oh well, gravity doesn't exist
I'm
because
saying to you
you
that
can lift up a tank.
helium gas picks up a Sherman tank. Prior to the helium gas coming along, it was being held down by gravity. Really? No, it wasn't. It wasn't held down by gravity. That's never been proven. That's your problem. Helium gas disproves your gravity
This
theory.
is not even a good
Hey,
argument.
just
You're saying
quickly, because I got to go in just a second. I just want to read out just the last little bit of the conclusion, and then I'll go back on mute for the debate, Daddy. Right. So this paper is not a replication of Cavendish at all. Cavendish used large lead masses and measured a macroscopic torsion deflection to estimate Earth's density. This experiment uses milligram gold spheres, micrometer separations, laser readouts, and active vibration isolation. Completely different scale, completely different dominant forces, completely different problems. Saying this accounts for all variables is the real absurdity. At that tiny scale, gravity is the weakest thing in the room. Electrostatic patch effects, thermal drift, residual gas, Casimir forces, and the mechanical noise are all bigger than the signal that they're trying to call gravity. They don't eliminate those. They model and subtract them. That's not accounting for all variables. That's assuming your model is correct and hoping nothing unaccounted remains. Also, the result is to fit. Sorry, the result is fit to a 1 over r gravitational form from the start. So of course it quote unquote finds something consistent with that. That's circular. You don't independently detect gravity first and then discover the law. You assume the law and then interpret the leftover signal as gravity. This isn't.
I don't know
It's
which law, like the other forces that you're trying to account for.
well, it's an assumption. So they've modeled the other things that they're trying to account for or to count out, essentially, and then the leftover they're just claiming that that's gravity.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could say that they actually don't understand electromagnetic forces, but as
I
my
didn't say that.
understanding, or like just that is one example. Maybe there's others. I know that they let it come to rest. I know that there's no like thermal drafts or drifts or anything like that, and there's no wind. They let it completely come to rest. It's a still air room, and so there's like nothing like that. No mechanical like drift or anything like that too, because it's on
There
a
is some.
on a
There is
table.
some. They didn't account, like they didn't even claim to have knocked all of those things out of the equation. They just reduced them by a lot. Somehow they came up with the number of 10%, or that they reduced them by 90%. But then
Yeah,
there's
that's to
other
say, like
things here as well.
if there's an earthquake, we'll reduce it by 90%.
Yeah, but they did that through modeling. They didn't do it by actually testing for those things. It's just through
The
modeling,
table,
through
I'd have to look
computing.
up how they calibrated that
Yeah,
to know that, but
it's
or if it's like
super.
in the design manual for the table
It
that
sounds.
they
I don't
put it
know,
on.
man.
But
Look, it sounds very finicky to me.
well, no, because
But
if there's something mechanical at play, then you would expect when we do it without the table, there's going to be a 90% difference as with the table, which reduces it by 90%. So the outcome measurement would be 90% difference if that's the affecting variable, and
right.
if
But
not,
once again, they're still assuming the outcome to be gravity. They didn't actually like measure that
yeah,
at all.
it's like there's a remainder something unaccounted for that we don't know how to. We don't know how it's not electromagnetics. It's not anything mechanical. It's not anything air drift. It's not anything at all other than this invisible force. Now, whatever that invisible force is, we're just yes, it seems to conform to like Newton's laws as well.
I don't think that. Look, it sounds pretty sketchy. I mean, it's definitely not a replication of Cavendish at all. I mean, it's on a completely different scale. Things behave completely differently on such a tiny scale compared to what Cavendish tried to do. And Cavendish obviously didn't account for all of these things. So we
Yeah,
can
and
kind
by
of
the way,
scrap that one
it's
out.
not like exactly a Cavendish experiment. It's a Cavendish-esque experiment. It's like
Yeah,
yeah,
capital
this
esque. Anyway, I got to go back on mute.
Yeah.
Have a good one, man. Talk to you next time.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, like so I'm trying to find this. Riley posted the ZRM drop tower. I am actually interested in learning more about this, like just the history of it, because like was this guy like actually just banned from like institutions or just from that tower, or like what does anyone know how, like what the controversy was at the time? Because I heard it was a massive controversy, and then the bulk of the scientific community was like, fuck this guy, he did this bullshit, he didn't account for things, and then people tore his paper apart and then
I don't
exiled
think
him
it
basically.
it sounds like a dramatic uh review of what happened. I don't know. Ask Indio when you see Indio next. He's got stuff about that.
Shit. Okay. I also didn't know that he owns your guys' home server. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that. Anyway, I can go back on mute. Are there any other Globers you want to take over? I think I'm. Got cool guy Jeff. He says flurfs are regarded.
Regarded. Okay. Thank you, cool guy Jeff.
So if it's silent in here, does that mean Earth's a ball?
Emotional damage.
Globers walk in confidence high. Watch this launch, we'll own the sky. NASA footage polished and clean. They say this ends the flat earther scene. But chat goes quiet, then starts to roast. Zoom button pressed like it's a ghost. Why does it flicker? Why does it glitch? Internet flips like a broken switch. Cocky smiles start to fade away. Comments turn savage, what can they say? DJ Rakesh drops the truth in bass. Gotta miss hype, but the crowd goes wild. Memes start hitting, perfectly styled. Globers said this is final proof, but internet said, bro, where's the truth?
Is this the World Cup theme song? What the heck is going on?
Pause, rewind, frame by frame. Every clip becomes a blame game. Trust the footage. They try to shout, but chat already figured it out. Screenshots flying, edits fast. Perfect proof didn't last. DJ Rakesh in the DJ booth, dropping beats, exposing truth. Really hope, confident, kaya need. Internet, bola, options zara be. Hai put ka thawa chira zameen pe. Artemis night turned meme parade. Every argument starts to fade. Glober silent, chat too loud. Flat earth memes in the crowd. No victory speech, no big win.
Which one of you guys have been sitting on this globe curvature evidence all this time? I know one of you has. Go ahead.
What happened? You wanted evidence of what?
One of y'all has been sitting on the empirical globe evidence proof of curvature and just haven't shared it with us. So go ahead.
Okay. It's a globe because it's a globe. There, I'm done.
That's not exactly the evidence I was looking for, sir. Thank you.
Well, you must just not be smart. So, a flat earther would say that. Ha 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 ha. No, I'm just kidding.
Fair enough. I got you. We have any current heliocentric believers amongst us? Speak now or speak later is your choice. Now would be better. No valiant globe defenders of the globe idea tonight? Alrighty then.
What's going on?
Hello, who said that? My mic working?
Bennett here. Yes, sir. Working good.
Hello, Bennett. You're one of those crazy flat earthers, aren't you?
Oh yeah, it was great. I dropped it on somebody that I had just met at a dinner, and they freaked out right away. They just gasped.
They went into instant cog dis. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, yep. They went into right away. Well, if the Earth is flat, how does and then started asking me a million questions.
How come you don't fall off the edge, man? How come? Why is there day and night? What about time zones? Blah 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 blah. Gravity, gravity, gravity. Fraction. Got to be a globe. Come on, man.
Yeah, I said maybe let's chat about it later. We're about to eat our cheesecake here. I don't want to get the cortisol running while we're enjoying our meal.
How did you become a flat earther, Dave?
The simple answer to that question is I tried to prove the claims, the physical claims of reality made by the globe, and it made me a flat earther. If you want to call me that, go ahead.
What'd you do to? What claims did you try to prove?
Well, the globe claims that the bodies of water on the surface are curving at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So I went to a lake at 8.5 miles where there's sunlight and a mirror and a buddy on a beach on the other side, and the water wasn't curving, so it's not a globe. I'm sorry, it's not my fault.
Yeah, you shouldn't harbor that guilt. It's not good for you.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out reality. I don't retain any hard feelings. I understand we all got taught the same bullshit, and they put a lot of effort into indoctrinating us, and I understand that goes deep with a lot of people, and they don't want to give up Star Trek. And, I get all that, but the water's just not curving, man. I'm sorry.
You know, I really like the test that DJ was mentioning the other day about the side view of the rectilinear lens of these laser tests.
I like the idea. Democ came up with an idea a while ago with drones. That was a really good idea. Like taking two drones, 2, 3, 4 drones, or whatever, put them all, a couple, 4 or 5 miles apart, all at the same exact elevation. Do like a triangular test. Kind of takes
And you
refraction out
make
of the.
elevation up at sea level. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. And that takes kind of takes their whole refraction argument out of the question. It's kind of like a
Drones,
whole.
several drones, just like a mile apart each drone. That would be a good idea. That is true.
Yep. And then yeah, that pulls that out of the question then.
Yeah, just the simple fact that if the drones are say 20 feet above the water, if one drone can see the other one like 10 miles away or something, there's no globe right there. Just saying.
Well, see, these drones have like a GPS reader in them, and you can do the elevation with these drones. I don't know like the intricate details of it, but if you place 3 of them or so, all at equal distance away, their elevation above sea level, and then you chart it on some kind of a map or whatever, with their GPS elevations too. If it was a globe, they would chart, obviously lower than each other. Or put some kind of laser radar on them. You know how they do those big light shows with all the drones, like in stadiums and whatnot.
Sounds like the start of a good idea. You gotta get a GoFundMe together and somebody knows what they're doing and get a good thing going there. Drones.
Yeah, I
Gotta love it.
was looking into it. Well, because each one of my kids have a drone, and I have one too, so we got 4 of them together. And I was trying to think of something, but I don't know how I'd do it. I guess I'd need some insight on people that know a little more than I do about the situation, and then I could kind of do it. But then I could record it and document it and all that. But I'm not quite sure how to do it.
Well, I know nothing about drones, but I'm just guessing you would need like several of them, like over a 20-mile stretch of water, and somehow got cameras on all of their relationship to each other as you go, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be pretty. I don't know if that would work that well. I was thinking more like within like a 4-mile stretch, because we have a lake that's 4 miles around our house. But I was thinking more on the digital side of things and kind of like data mapping them and whatnot. But I really I wouldn't even know where to start really. I can get them up in the air and do that kind of thing, but the whole technical side of it, I don't know how I'd put it together.
Well, I don't know. At 4 miles, I don't know if the curve would be significant enough to really show anything. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I'm just going by
Well,
data.
at 4 miles, because those GPSs on those drones, they're pretty accurate. I mean, they're within like inches. And you figure 4 miles, that's roughly what? That's almost 3 feet of curve. So they would be, it would show almost a 3-foot deviation between the first one and the last one. It's basically a hold the line test, but in the air with drones.
But if you had like a drone lined up for like every mile, 20 of them for 20 miles, so the one at mile 20 should be like almost 300 feet below the location of the first one. You'd be able to show that if it was a
Oh,
globe.
gee, it'd be 600 feet, wouldn't it?
20 miles is like 280 feet. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me. I'd have to look at the chart. I think it's somewhere around 280 feet. Anybody looking at a chart?
Yeah, it's about that.
Thanks, DJ. It gets exponentially greater, obviously, because 30 miles is like almost triple that, something like that. But I think a 20-mile shot of those drones lined up would be a good one if somebody could do that. See what excuse the Globers come up with on that one. Refracted drones, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be about 236.
Okay. 20 miles.
Well, Yaga posted something in the chat. 20 miles would be 266.
266. Yeah, that sounds bad. That sounds right.
Yeah, Cathos, I'm reading your text. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, because those drones, would they autocorrect or what? I don't know. Yeah, they probably will. Yeah, see, it's got to. I'm trying to think of something that would be foolproof, but super simple. Well, even if the drone did, even if its GPS did autocorrect to match the geoid, then it would if then the drones would be. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. Yep, yeah, you need some kind of reference, you're right.
Could you have like a physical line hanging off each drone? Hold on a sec. I haven't
How
thought
would
this through.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was thinking of that too, DJ. It's like, well, that wouldn't work neither. So if the GPS autocorrects for the geoid, well then if you had 4 drones in a 5-mile stretch, that last drone would be higher up in the air than the other one then. Or would it? I don't know. No, Cathos, I was thinking something like a plumb bob hanging off the drone. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, what if you took a drone at one spot, you ran some kind of plumb bob off of it, where it just touches the surface of the water. Then you take that drone and you run it 4 miles or 5 miles without going in elevation, raising an elevation or lowering an elevation, just straight out 5 miles. That plumb bob should be 266 feet off the surface of the water at 5, or not 266, but in 5 miles. It should be X amount of distance above the water from where it started, correct?
I've actually done that, not with a plumb bob, but with a drone over the ocean. I got out about 6 kilometres, I reckon, right on the surface of the water.
And did it work?
Well, it was still a couple of centimetres or whatever it was above the surface of the water. There was no bigger gap. I just picked it up across the water, just above, let's say half a metre, and then just flew straight as far as I possibly could until I was just about to die on battery, and could get it back again, and just got it back. And I had the camera facing the water. I was looking at the camera, nothing changed in elevations or heights, and the water
Yep.
was directly under the drone.
Yep, that would be a good test, but then you'd need some sort of like a data table or data chart showing that the drone never changed height, that the elevation was exactly the same, and you need some sort of like chart showing that.
Yeah, well, I don't have that. I just bought a drone, and I wanted to go fly it and see what I could do with it, and that was one of the things I did when I was messing around.
Yeah, I'm thinking out loud for how you would do it to kind of prove the point. Have a plumb bob hanging off of it, at 2 inches above the water, and then run that fucker as far as you could go, and have that chart show, have some kind of like a plane has their, black box showing. They would still claim something though. They'd say, oh, it's following the curve of the earth or some shit. I don't know. Because if you just ran that drone and just ran it straight, it couldn't say it was following the curve if you were just going straight and didn't deviate in the elevation. I don't know. It's something to think about and try, I guess, and see how it turns out. Yep, Cathos, you're right. Yep, some sort of laser or gyro or something to prove. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Something to prove the point. Or actually just put a drone up 100 feet, another one 4 miles away, 100 feet, and then shoot a laser straight across to that other drone. Yeah, that should work too. Because that's taking the refraction out of the question. If you're 100 feet up, you're shooting that laser straight across to the other drone. I think that's just like doing it on the surface of the water too. So I think that would work as well. Yeah, FE Core Plus. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something like that. I'm gonna see if I can find a laser that'll shoot that some kind of tight. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do. I'm gonna try that. Because where this lake is, there's like a scenic overlook where you can look over the whole lake. Well, not the whole thing, but a vast majority of it. And if you could get a nice shot from up there at night, showing that laser, like DJ was talking, like an orthographic view. Because I think that overlook, geez, it must be 200 feet up on the side of a hill, mountain. So if you could get that drone up that high, and the other one same distance, 4 miles away, and get that orthographic view along with the data, I think that'd work. I don't think the laser on my sidearm would go that far.